It's over. Wait, what's going on?
Miracle draw from Wesley, so.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind.
MVL acing the opening. There's just no way. Oh, what an idea by MVL.
The power stretch.
That is evil.
Rooksy 2 immediately.
Oh my god. What in the world?
Rooksy 1, he's blundered his rook.
It is a mouse slip.
This is anyone's game. Oh, Jan blunders.
And this is over. Can you believe it?
Right with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again.
Magnus Magic. He's done it again.
Magnus is now worse. Knight takes G2.
And it is a draw.
This is one of the craziest CCT games I've ever seen.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Checkmate in 1 coming in. These are the last.
Oh, and he's losing.
And Magnus cannot believe it. He's so mad at himself.
Wow, you never see this. Absolute hats off.
It's been a roller coaster, and we're expecting more twists and turns. Welcome everyone to the CrunchLabs Masters. It is crunch time. As 4 players are in the losers bracket, 2 will be eliminated today. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, my good friend, the incredibly strong Grandmaster, David Howell. David, good to be back with you on the call on this. And my first question, I think I know the answer to it, but what was your highlight from yesterday?
Oh, Tanya, you're baiting me there. It's great to be back with you, first of all, but I don't think we're going to see any more 9-move games today. That was a shock. Fabiano Caruana catching Alireza Firouzja in an opening trap, but despite the twists and turns, I have a feeling Firouzja's done his homework, and we'll see later today whether he can get on a bit better there.
And Firouzja keeps on becoming the comeback king. He did it in the Chess.com Classic, winning the whole event after being knocked down to the losers bracket on day 1. And then yesterday, after that 9-move loss, eventually going on to win against Fabiano Caruana. But the good news for Fabiano Caruana is that it's a double elimination bracket. 4 players stay on top, will be playing the winner semifinals today. It is Alireza Firouzja against JKD, and then Magnus against MVL. That is later today. First, we start with the 4 players in the losers round 1. Fabiano Caruana against Wesley, so the All-American clash. Both players have got 3 US championships to their name. And then Jan Neppomniachtchi against Dmitry Andreikin. Now, 1 more loss for any of these players and they're out of the tournament. David, what happens? Who survives?
Oh, this is so difficult. They're both kind of local derbies, both friends, rivals, the American clash. I'm going to say Fabiano Caruana, just because on recent form, he's been fantastic. The battle of the 2 1990s kids, though, Neppomniachtchi, Andreikin, that's too tough to call. I'm going to say Andreikin, the underdog.
Yeah, Neppomniachtchi, he's had such a fantastic performance so far now in this event. Of course, yesterday, a disaster, but he's going to put up a big fight. And David, I know why it's so hard to pick. I mean, have you seen the field in this tournament? This is an all-star cast Champions Chess Tour event. The CrunchLabs Masters has the highest ever average rating at 2760, almost there. David, what a field to be part of. And I'm going to ask you for one more prediction. Looking at the stacked field, what's going to be the finals in this one?
Tanya, hitting me with all the tough questions. I thought I'd have some time to warm up. It's really difficult. You can't look that far past Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja, I guess, just based on their performance in the previous Champions Chess Tour event at the Chess.com Classic. But yeah, I mean, this field is huge. We've seen it before. Players rise up through the losers bracket and make their mark. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again. Just everyone in this field is capable of winning it. 2760 average. Incredible, especially at a time of rating deflation. These are literally 8 of the best players in the world.
Just amazing stuff. And I think I owe you an apology for putting you on the spot every single time. And we're just getting started for the day. And these 2 players are getting ready to also start the action on their last life. Of course, the big prize, they can still win the whole thing. They can still win the championship going all the way through in the losers bracket to play the grand final. David, it's all about that golden ticket to the season end final, the in-person final in December.
That's right. So much on the line. Tour points at stake, money at stake every single day. And of course, the players, they'll be super ambitious. They will believe they can win, qualify for those tour finals, and join the likes of Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja there at the end of year. In the meantime, we see Jan Neppomniachtchi, Tanya. What's happened to his background? No more swords, no more kind of war memorabilia on the wall. He looks ready for business.
It was there while it was working, and then it stopped working yesterday, and we've got to switch up already. Maybe Jan's a little superstition, but whatever it is, I love it. It's a very gamer background. I'm really liking the vibe. Meanwhile, Andrekin keeping it simple so far, but we know these two players. It's going to be anything but simple over the board. David, tell us a little bit about their style of play and what are their key strengths?
Yeah, great question, Tanya. Both players are very versatile, I'll say. Jan Neppomniachtchi may be the superior of the two in more dynamic positions where he can start asking questions, start kind of using the initiative to play on the front foot and start attacking. Dmitry Andreikin, I would say, prefers positions where he can play on feel, where it's just about where the pieces go, harmony in the position, and he'll wait for his moment. He prefers to rely on the opponent's mistakes rather than going out there necessarily and taking those big risks. So I would say we have a more direct player, Jan Neppomniachtchi, against a bit of a counter-puncher in Dmitry Andreikin.
Going to be a fun one. A clash of style is what it sounds like, but both absolute fighters, and they don't have much of a margin for error. It is a best of two in the losers bracket. The first to 1.5 points wins the match. The loser is out of the running, is out of the tournament. So a lot on the line for these players. They start with 10 minutes and a 2-second bonus every move. The winners go on to play in the losers quarterfinals. Losers get eliminated. And of course, we will have the bidding Armageddon if the match ends in 1-1. David, how important is momentum in this game? With just two rounds, it's absolute disaster for things to go wrong in game one itself.
You're 100% correct there, Tanya. It's just a sprint, and you cannot trip over if you're trying to get to that finishing line now. One loss in the first game could just be disastrous, and the margin for error is even smaller than ever. I would love to see Armageddon, though. More chess is always better, but of course, at this stage in the tournament, the players you would think would be maybe trying to kind of hedge their bets here. But Tanya, this tournament, the CrunchLabs Masters so far, has been so dramatic. Barely any draws, just the players out for blood.
Starting from the Swiss plains, we've had fantastic fighting chess. And Fabiano Caruana as well, speaking of his performance, has been so impressive. Yesterday, he did lose his match to Alireza Firouzja, drops to his last life, and it doesn't get easy. There are no easy rounds in this all-star cast of the CrunchLabs Masters. He's up against perhaps the one player hardest to beat, but yesterday suffered a loss as well. David, out of these two, which one do you think has got more positives to take away from yesterday's match?
Well, both players obviously disappointed, as you mentioned there, Tanya. I think Fabiano, he'll take the positive that he did win in 9 moves in one of the games. He also won all of his white games. So if he can just play a bit better, hold with black, maybe a bit more solid there, then he'll stand his chances. I think Wesley is maybe the more disappointed of the two because he had that match against Duda in his grasp. He let it slip, took his eye off the ball and kind of self-destructed at the critical moment. So both players disappointed, but some grounds for optimism, still a long tournament ahead.
And these two have played against each other so many times in their careers. It's incredible to see their head-to-heads as well, their battles as well over the past many, many years. David, does that make it more complicated for a top player when you know each other's style, opening repertoire? Or is it something that gives you a bit of a comfort zone and an idea of how you want to steer the game?
Ooh, good question, Tanya. I'm going to shoot it back at you in a minute, but I agree. I actually really dislike playing friends or playing someone that I have a big history with because it feels like you have this pressure on you to find something new, to try something different. Ultimately, there's not that much new at the top level, so the players are pushed to their real limits in order to be creative and get a real game. How about yourself? Do you enjoy that dynamic?
I agree with you. I I would not want to play against someone I know really well or a friend of mine because you know what, later on I want to go have a nice dinner with them and relax. But over the board, there are no friendships. I think I also really enjoy a battle when you don't know what to expect and it's a fresh match. But then, like you said, for these elite players, they're so used to these matchups and they're playing against each other so many times. And it's just, well, it's just part of being one of the best in the world. And I think, David, we will have the first moves very soon, as we can see all 4 players who are currently in the elimination bracket are ready to go. Andrejkin, Wesley, with the white pieces, are you expecting some early opening surprises?
Definitely. Yesterday, just Wesley was maybe a bit less direct with his openings than we're used to seeing from him. In the meantime, Jan Neppomniachtchi, he was playing what I would say is his rapid chess repertoire, maybe not his A-list of openings. We do see that game start first, actually, Dmitry Andrejkin, Jan Neppomniachtchi, and Tanya, some really unorthodox stuff from Andrejkin this time. It looks like he might be going for some kind of hippo type structure, just kind of lurking in his first 3 ranks, not taking the center with white. That's a very, very risky strategy.
And that's the board on the right. It's risky, it's a cagey approach, but it's often about eventually getting a central break with white. Either the E pawn eventually moving forward or the C pawn moving forward. But David, I agree with you because visually at the moment, it just looks like black has so much harmony in the position. The pieces are out. The center is big for black. Is it time for white to strike with the E pawn moving forward?
I think it might well be. You have to fight for the center. That's what we tell players when they first start learning chess, and we tell that for a reason. You need to fight for the center of the pitch in order to be able to choose which flank to switch the attack on to later. So Dmitry Andrejkin pausing a bit of a kind of, I'm going to say, puzzling start for him. He's built up this opening, and like you say, on that right board, white wants to lash out in the center. There's literally no other logical move, so why the hesitation? Tanya, we saw it from him yesterday in the CrunchLabs Masters. Dmitry Andrejkin, the clock was not his friend.
It wasn't, and that's the one friend you need when you're playing against a player like Jan Neppomniachtchi, because regardless of what's going on the board, you know that Jan's also going to put pressure on the clock. You have to save those extra seconds where you can at the start, and eventually Andrejkin does go ahead with E4, but took his little time to make that move. Meanwhile, David, we've got a Catalan on the left side of the board by Wesley and so far, it's sort of the book start. It's a standard opening. I do play this from black, and I kind of like the setup for black.
Ooh, Tanya, okay, you're emotionally invested now in Fabiano's cause. Black looks super solid over there, but what do you think about Fabiano's choice? Is it just showing respect to Wesley? He's playing his A-list openings this time. He's, just playing very principled stuff early days.
Absolutely. Although I will say that in this opening, I really like it when black doesn't retreat that dark squad bishop all the way back to e7. So slightly different. I'm expecting him to develop the bishop to b7, defend that c6 pawn, which has just been attacked by Wesley by placing the knight at the center of the board. But a different approach. And now, David, a strategic decision needs to be made by Wesley. He could recapture it with the pawn, completely changing the dynamics of the position, and he does it.
He does. So changing the dynamics of the position on that left board, as you say, Tanya, but also serious risk involved. White has doubled his own pawns in the middle there. He hasn't finished development, and that white e5 pawn is sometimes vulnerable to attack. So Wesley now, he's taking a big risk. He needs to be energetic to justify it. I believe it's still opening theory, and look at this, pawn sacrifice from Fabiano Caruana. He throws a pawn away and only then starts to think. Wow. First big twist of this round so far, Tanya.
Absolutely. And usually the players sacrifice a pawn early on for piece activity to get some tempos in development. And I'm wondering, what does Fabi have in mind? David, could this possibly be some kind of candidate's preparation that we're seeing by Fabi?
I said that a moment ago that I thought it was preparation, but now he's paused, so he's throwing us off as well. I mean, you don't give away a pawn for nothing and then start to think usually, so you're right, Tanya, it must be preparation. Maybe Fabi has 2 options up his sleeve and he's just choosing between the 2, or he's simply forgotten his prep.
It's a bad time to forget your prep after sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it was a pawn blunder, mouse slip. You never know, but no, this one definitely was part of the plan. I guess Black is deciding whether to move one of his two bishops, Fabi. Really confusing stuff. I've got to say, what could be going through his mind, Tanya?
I am trying to think of it myself, and you are giving me some hints. I think you have to try to keep the momentum going after giving up the pawn. Go for piece activity. Hit that rook that's out in the open on d4. The dark squared bishop can move forward. Slide ahead to bishop to c5 is a move that comes to mind. But David, definitely a little strange the way he's paused after quickly blitzing out and lashing out in the center with d4, giving that pawn up, self-pinning that knight on d7. One would think he has some deep opening idea that he knows for the next 20 moves, but turns out it's not the case.
Yeah, Tanya, do you think Fabiano could be lulling Wesley into a false sense of security here? Yesterday, in that 9-move win against Firouzja, he paused for 30 seconds or 45 seconds, maybe pretending that he didn't know what was going on, and then hit Firouzja with this double rook sacrifice bomb. So g5, I mean, that's equally fiery. Wow, he's opened up his kingside, but he's trying to drive the white bishop back. What do you make of this?
G5 and we live. I love it, David. If we were doing this from a studio, I would be G5, give me a high five, because this is the kind of position, the kind of chess we like to see. And yes, it might be mind games, but now after this move, I think Fabi was actually trying to recollect all the ideas that exist. You play a move like g5, you better know what you're doing. He's giving up a pawn. He's opening up his own king side. David, you have to bring in your super GM perspective into this position and break it down for us. Where is Fabi finding his initiative with Black on the left side of our screen?
Yeah, essentially, he's just asking a very awkward question at the opportune moment. The white dark squared bishop, Wesley So's bishop there, needs to step back. But if it retreats to the most natural square, e3, it will get hit. It will get traded off after the black bishop lands on the c5 square. And if black can restore the material balance, later use the knight to take on e5 once unpinning, then material equality, very healthy structure. I think Fabiano is arguing that actually strategically g5 is a good move, even if it weakens his king short term. And hence, Wesley So's last move, he needs to keep his dark square bishop on the board if he wants to attack the black king later. So he steps the whole way back to square one, where the bishop started the game. And Fabi instantly queen e8. I think that 2 minutes he spent, definitely just remembering his prep, Tanya. That's become clear now, and he's ready to strike. He's curled up into a ball as black, but knight takes e5 next, bishop c5 next. The moves will start to flow.
And there's really no way for white to protect that e5 pawn. You can't join that f pawn into defense. f4 runs into the rook on d4, getting pinned with the bishop sliding up to c5. With no f4 option, losing the e5 pawn is inevitable. So knight takes pawn is coming in. That's pretty clear now. Wesley has to find a way to finish his development, because you said the bishop's back to its starting place. Look at the pieces on the queen side. Rook on a1, knight on b1, bishop on c1. Those pieces need to get out in the game. How is Wesley using this little time he has to finish his development?
Yeah, it's not obvious suddenly, Tanya. The move I want to play is knight to c3. I want to leap forward, but as soon as the white knight steps to c3, black will take the pawn back. And lo and behold, this b5 square is covered by the black queen. So suddenly everything works for black. Bishop c5, definitely on tap for later. You just have to be careful of this pawn. I would want to pick up this knight and put it anywhere on the king side. If I could just imagine it somewhere around h5, it might well lead to a checkmating attack, but I just don't know the right circuit, the right path for this piece. So for Wesley, who's down a couple of minutes now suddenly, in what pretty much is a theoretical position, it seems like, I don't think the signs are good. If black gets 2 moves, knight takes on e5 and develops this bishop, then I think Fabiano is going to take control. So you're right, it's a critical moment. Wesley needs to speed up and, yeah, just choose a move.
And black's moves come in fast and easy, right? Knight takes pawn, bishop comes out, that rook from a8 either lands on the c8, c-file, or challenges white's rook on the d line. Meanwhile, Wesley, it's clear, is not familiar with this position. Fabi has won the opening battle. Is that fair to say, David?
Yes, I think in practical terms, at least, it might just be a level position. It might be fine for Wesley with best play, but 3 minutes down on the clock. And what move are we on? I mean, it's still so early in this game. We're only at move 16. So, yeah, maybe Wesley so impacted by yesterday's defeat. Confidence not at its highest. Also hit by this opening surprise. Just a brief update. The other game is roughly level. We'll kind of let people know what happens there. Queen c6, Tanya. That was not on my radar. Suddenly picking the moment to hit this rook in the corner. Is it just a one-move threat, do you think? Or is there a deeper plan in mind?
Good question. At least it delays knight takes pawn. You have to find a good square and aren't too many for the rook. Do you want to place it on b8, which also perhaps defends the b6 pawn? That would be my instant reaction because I want to take knight takes pawn next. I don't want to allow your queen to capture the b6 pawn. It also kind of assists to move bishop to b7 at the right time. So rook to b8. And then the question remains, how does Wesley... David, maybe his idea is queen to b5 and just hold on to that pawn.
Oh, wow. That's really, really versatile and agile with the white queen there. It does look clumsy, looks a bit superficial, but you're right. I mean, at least it keeps the tension, keeps asking Fabiano questions.
You're being too kind because I just realized rook b8, queen b5 will just run into the bishop sliding to c5, hit the rook and win the pawn anyway.
Although once the bishop moves, Tanya, g5 does hang, so you do have a point with your variation there. I like it. It's creative, and yeah, it just feels like neither player's found their speed, found their form yet today. Just really slow stuff, I've got to say. Rook a7 also possible, but he does choose the more natural move that you highlighted there. Good call. And knight takes e5. If he gets one more move, Fabi is at least equal. Black cannot be worse if he restores the material balance here. Yeah, it's all about those three pieces you mentioned. They just need to develop, and soon, but a bit awkward to find their ideal squares.
It's all stuck on the queen side. Essentially, right now, Wesley's playing without half of his army here. The rook, the knight, and the bishop not developed. And when you make a move like queen to c6, it's clear that you're feeling a little uncomfortable. You're not just making the most natural moves. And Wesley does show his idea. He comes out with the move that you were earlier highlighting, knight to c3, knight takes pawn, and are we going to see a queen trade? Because there's no way to avoid it.
Ooh, two options, Tanya. Queen takes is the most natural move, I agree, but queen c7 is a double attack.
I missed it.
Yeah, I wonder whether Fabiano's missed it.
Did Fabi miss it?
Ooh, big moment, because how do you actually defend both of these pieces simultaneously?
Knight c6, rook c4. What's happening, David?
Yeah, knight c6 is not a stable square. I guess in that position, maybe you can hold things together by defending the knight on c6 with the bishop, but really shaky. Suddenly, either the white queen is going to get trapped, or she might just win material. So suddenly a draw looking the least likely option. It feels like this is the critical moment. This game has reached its climax really kind of early in this middle game. What to do? Knight c6 looks forced, Tanya.
You're right. This position looks shakier than the year 2020, I want to say. I mean, everything looks like it's hanging suddenly. And David, I will not be surprised if Fabi... It's an easy move to miss. You might just think that white has to go for the queen trade, and then there's this sudden square for the queen that opens up. By the way, knight c6 on the board. And you highlighted, correctly so, that it doesn't look like a very stable spot. The knight can come under fire. Ooh, wow. Spicy stuff on the board.
Rook sacrifice, kind of. He doesn't sacrifice the rook because he'll win the black rook if the black knight moves right now. This knight is hit on a really loose square. And yeah, knight takes rook, queen takes rook. I mean, what's happening there is anyone's guess. The white queen looks so offside there on the enemy back rank, but she's surviving, and black does have loose pawns long term. So if white now gets one more move, for example, and continues development, then white is simply going to win this game. Black is just suffocated almost on his first two ranks. I like it, Tanya. E5, again, these players showing their deep calculation. That wasn't on my radar either. I just assumed you needed to move the rook, but assumption, not the right kind of course of action there. Really, really nice move. E5. Actually, Wesley might be turning things in his favor suddenly.
And I think this is a move that gives us an insight on why Wesley burnt the clock before he moved the queen into c6. It wasn't a one-move idea. He had seen far ahead. He had calculated this line. But David, after the rooks are traded off, At first, it looks like that should favor black because that knight sits so pretty on d4 once you've captured the rook. The light squared bishop can slide over to a nice diagonal on a6. Knight takes rook, queen takes rook. I'm looking at that queen on b8. You know, you look at that position, you're like, what on earth is white's queen doing all the way on that square? What even is happening? I see the evaluation bar seems to like white, but practically it's not clear at all.
Yeah, definitely not clear. Definitely, we can't make too many assumptions this game. I mean, just in the case of, just in the space of 20 moves has led to so many twists and turns. I think essentially it's just hard to defend this pawn on b6, and a position like that with queen still on the board, having rejected that queen trade, Wesley. So now g5 really does look like an awkward inclusion. He would love to put that pawn back on g7 and say, my black king is safe, my pieces will come to life later, and I'm super solid. But Fabi, with this pawn on g5, will have to face some awkward tactics later. So yeah, very much looking like a real fight in this middle game. Tanya, maybe if we zoom out here temporarily, my eye has been caught by a huge development in the other game. It was equal for so long, Dmitry Andreikin against Jan Neppomniachtchi, but suddenly there has been a mistake, and suddenly Dmitry Andreikin might be able to strike. It looks like checkmate is threatened in the next few moves.
Oh, and I'm just trying to take that in. That is the right side of our board. And even though it's Jan Neppomniachtchi who just gave a check to the white king, David, I think I know what idea you're pointing out. The white knight and the queen are going to combine to create threats. You have to do a deep dive and show the idea that you're pointing out. He's allowing Jan to win a piece, essentially, with pawn takes pawn. What happens?
Yeah, pawn takes pawn will be one of the options Jan Neppomniachtchi is calculating right now. And you have two choices here. You can actually give a check, or you can just take back this pawn right now, because there is this trap that you mentioned, Tanya. If the black knight's deflected away, for example, takes this piece, gets greedy, then suddenly there will be checkmating patterns. This is a back rank check. The king has to step forward. The knight, as you say, joins the attack. Devastating duo, the great combo of queen and knight, and this will end in checkmate. The black king caught. And the black queen, meanwhile, the fact that she's so far off here in Siberia, just on d1, not participating in the defense, I think that might be decisive. In the current position, queen b8 is a threat, followed by knight g5 check, and no real way to stop it. I don't see any defense.
How are you fighting it? The only way to stop it would be to get your own knight from f6 to f8 to hold the king together and to not get checkmated. But then white can just capture on the h5 pawn. If you try to retreat with knight d7 or knight h7, you run into g takes h5. And your bishop is not a happy piece.
Yeah, this bishop might well just be getting trapped, like you said. I mean, putting the pawn on h5, I think, might have been the start of the kind of decisive turn in this game, because he simply lost control over the key g5 square. And yeah, this black queen looks nice and pretty, but just like Wesley So's queen in the other game, it's offside. It's not participating in the game. This is one common pattern for everyone at home. When your queen is so far from your king, that's when the danger happens. That's when you get checkmated. The queens are underestimated as defenders. Queens and knights, best attackers, but also best defenders. And here, Jan Neppomniachtchi simply playing without his best piece.
That's really nicely explained, David, because very often we know the concept. Combine your queen and knight against the king, you hit a checkmate. But also keeping them close to your king, nothing can actually very often break those defenses. And that queen on d1 is too far away to dash to the defense of its own king. I'm still trying to find a way for Jan to even keep the game going. Now he's hitting the 1 minute mark. He realizes it's gone wrong. So we might see this line being played out. H takes g4. He does sacrifice the bishop only to win black's king.
Yeah, checkmate incoming. This is going to be a deadly check potentially on b8. I think he can go for that sequence now. Black will be able to hold on a little bit, but not too much. Neppomniachtchi now leaning back in his chair. He knows he's in danger. But the other game, Tanya, let's zoom out here temporarily. The other game also coming to life. Fabiano in huge trouble. He's dropped a pawn. And is he about to get checkmated? Wow.
Oh my goodness. And it is about that g5 pawn, right?
Sorry, on the right side of your boards, Dmitry Andreikin's just blundered. He's lost. He's went from winning to losing in one move. Look at the player on the right side. Oh my god, knight fork. Neither player's seen it. Tanya.
He finds it. It's on the board.
Wow.
And Andreiken, he reacts. David, a one-move blunder in a winning position turns it around. You take the queen, knight takes bishop is a check. It's a fork, winning the queen, winning the game. Jan Neppomniachtchi can't believe it. Andreiken can't believe it.
Wow, Andreiken, right idea, wrong order, and he's about to crash to defeat. Jan Neppomniachtchi, I mean, he must know Lady Luck is on his side today. That is just an incredible turnaround. We'll see a resignation. There we go. Jan Neppomniachtchi takes the first result of the losers bracket today, but we will recap that stunning finale a bit later on. In the meantime, we still have the game going. Wesley So is a pawn up. He was actually threatening checkmate. There was a queen sacrifice earlier, but white was threatening to swing a rook over to deliver check. Any check is going to be fatal to black, but for now, he's plugging that fourth rank with the black knight. Tanya, can Fabi hold on? 11 seconds on the clock and a pawn down.
Incredibly tough. A pawn down, and look at that bishop on f6. That is an absolute monster of a piece. Not only tying down black's king to checkmating ideas on the home rank, but nicely defending that e5 pawn as well. The one counterplay that Fabi has in mind is to try to at least get the b pawn rolling up the board. b5, hit that rook on c4. But David, that also feels like it's not going to be enough in this position. Bishop g5, knight f6, a big threat. If you take the e5 pawn, the bishop slides back to f4, wins more material.
Yeah, the bishop, which was the most beautiful piece, just doing great work. And this is going to win material. Knight e8 now is a threat, as well as taking this rook in the center. I think he can take this rook, actually start simplifying the equation here, take the knight next, and go into a rook and pawn endgame, 2 pawns to the good. I don't know if there's anything better. Maybe he'll just keep his bishop alive. There we go. He's now hitting the knight, and he's hitting this rook in the center. And Wesley takes the first win. Fabiano resigns. His curse with black goes on.
Wesley, so he is stretching. That is a winner's stretch as he takes round one. Fabi has to make a comeback in the next game. David, I'm also still thinking about the action that we saw in the other game. Chess can be so cruel. You play this flawless game, you're so close to winning, and then in just a second, one move is all it takes to just blow all the hard work that you've put in. And with that, 2 decisive results. Jan Neppomniachtchi takes the lead, Wesley So takes the lead, Fabiano Caruana and Dmitry Andreiken have to strike back in their final rapid game. David, for Dmitry, it's also going to be an inner game, a mental battle to overcome what has just happened.
Yeah, we see him on the camera there, trying to refocus, trying to get back in the zone, but inside he'll be burning. He'll feel heartbroken that he let that game slip. Jan Neppomniachtchi, meanwhile, shaking his head, knowing he was super lucky in that last game. The best players make their own luck. He set up that trick, that tactic, but yeah, ultimately it was Andreiken's game for the taking, and he was the one who missed the opportunity. And not just a miss, as we said, Tanya, but a full 360 turnaround. Just incredible stuff. This tournament keeps landing surprises. As soon as we think that we know what's going on, there's a trick, there's a trap, and yeah, maybe we can show that in a moment.
Absolutely. I mean, just shocking results right there, shocking turnarounds right there. David, I think you have to break down those final moments of what happened, because it happened so quickly and we could see it on Andreiken's face before we could see it on the board. So take us through those last few moves of that game.
Yeah, that game actually abruptly ended just 3 or 4 moves after we left it. And we left it saying white is totally winning, white is dominant. The key move being the one found by Dmitry Andreiken here. Bishop takes pawn, as we showed earlier. This bishop is actually poisoned. You cannot take it. You would walk into a quick checkmate, the queen and knight, trapping this king in the corner. This would have been terminal. Instead, Jan Neppomniachtchi tried one last trick. He took this pawn on c2. This looks innocuous, but it did narrow the path for victory. Here, queen to b8 check first was the only move. We'll see why that's important in a moment. King to h7, a knight check. And if you continue the checking sequence here, you get left with this position. And now, I'm not going to say it's simple, but knight takes knight was the winning move. The idea being that bishop to f5 is the decisive blow. If pawn to g6 here, you simply keep checking. Every move comes with check. And at the very end, the bishop is hit, the king is trapped. This would have ended the game. The black queen's still too far away. But instead, right idea, wrong order, knight g5, threatening the checkmate, but forgetting the opponent's checks. We see the double question mark, and this is why we look for checks first in every single position, no matter what. Queen takes f2, queen sacrifice, double exclamation point there. The idea being king takes queen, walks into knight takes bishop with check, and black emerges with an extra piece. And Draken had to resign a couple of moves later. So shocking there, Tanya. What happened?
We as commentators say this a lot, right? The game isn't over until its last move. And this is one of those moments, this is one of those positions where exactly it's what happens. You think you've got this in the bag, you know, you're not exactly tactically alert, but at the same side, for Jan Neppomniachtchi, he's such a tricky, resilient player. He's setting up the tricks until the very end instead of just giving up or letting go of the position. And how many times we've seen this guy turn these positions around. He's done it one more time, and now he's a draw away to get that match victory, David. But for Andrekin, he also starts with the black pieces, and it's not going to be easy to get that must win.
Oh, yeah, it just gets worse. It's not just that you blew a winning position and you ended up losing, you lost with white. And we talk about the advantage of the white pieces at this level, Tanya. In general, it still is a thing. You get to choose the battleground, you get to choose the opening, test the opponent. You also have some forcing opening variations up your sleeve to, if you need a draw, take all the risk out of the position. So that's what Jan Neppomniachtchi might be doing. And Draken has to take risks, has to find something creative early days. Otherwise, I don't think he'll get a chance even against Neppomniachtchi. But as you said, it's a psychological battle, and he just needs to bounce back. That's the main thing. How about the other clash? What do you make of Fabiano's chances? At least he has white.
He has white, and the game itself was quite an interesting one for him, right? He got this, we were saying he won the opening battle out of it. He got that g5 move in, took that pawn. Hey, Wesley was so cunning with his idea of queen, getting the queen into the game, and then just throwing Fabi off with the practical decisions that he took on the board. But David, I think that was a more sort of an even fight. While Andrekin had a big advantage, close to winning, Fabi, it was a bit of a back and forth. Wesley taking it. Fabi starts with the white pieces. I think he's definitely feeling, he's got the chance still. They have to let go of what happened in round one. But very often, having this must-win situation is exactly the problem with it. Because you can't take objective decisions on the board. You often have to take risks, which are not the practical risks. They're more the demand of the match. And more often than not, they end up making your position worse. So it's a very difficult position to be in with your back against the wall in these kind of mini matches.
Yeah, it's a fine line to tread. Trust me, in my career, these must-win situations, they're linked with all of the toughest moments in tournaments. Like you say, it's hard to focus on the moves alone. I don't handle it. That's why I'm not here playing with these top players, Tanya. They're made of different stuff. They're at another level. They all have nerves of steel, but they've all been here before. That's the key thing. And Fabi will know, for example, his kind of preferred strategies in must-win situations with white. And likewise, Dimitri and Draken will have experience, even with the black pieces, of needing to win on demand. So it'll be fascinating to see. I've got to say, Tanya, it's heartbreaking for Fabi if he doesn't kind of fight back in this match. He's been in such good form recently, but somehow today, he's lost every single black game. That's just been holding him back.
Well, he starts with white. That's the good news. And we see the English opening. David, I know it's an opening that you enjoy seeing on the board as well. What do you think about this opening approach by Fabi? Just making sure that there are no Berlins on the board.
Exactly. No Berlins. That is a win for everyone. I think we can agree. Being very patriotic, the English opening as well. Nice to see on the board. D3 is a bit of a rare one, although it's become more trendy recently. The idea is to essentially play a Sicilian, whether it be a Najdorf, a Taimanov, but just with reversed colors. So you're hoping that black plays knight f6, maybe opens the center, and you will have an extra tempo compared to all of those Sicilians. So Wesley keeps things close. He pushes a pawn to g6, very kind of standard stuff. He's going to fianchetto, and this game is going to maybe transpose to more well-known waters. But Fabi, he's got his opponent thinking as early as possible, as early as move 2, Tanya.
You know, I'm still thinking about what you asked earlier on, the chances of the comeback for Fabiano Caruana and Andrekin. And yes, Fabi has white and Dimitri's got the black pieces. But if you look at the opposition that they're facing, Fabi's playing against one of the hardest to beat players. Wesley is so risk averse, well, in general games as well, but especially in a game that he's already leading in a match. He has every single skill required to shut down play. Meanwhile, for Dimitri, he's playing against Jan Neppomniachtchi. And I think that in itself can be a bit of hope because Jan sometimes can get a bit rash. He can make those quick decisions that can give you those opportunities that you're looking for.
That is true. Jan has a bit of a track record of playing kind of with emotion during these critical moments, but we'll see later on whether he can shut that game down successfully. That game is a Caruana, so another opening that's very close to my heart, Tanya. The players are treating us here. But this game is progressing at a snail's pace at the moment, Fabiano Caruana against Wesley. So, okay. It looks like finally Wesley has taken a decision. He's going to try and play c6 and d5 potentially to open the center. But all the pieces on the board, maximum flexibility for both sides. This slow start, who do you think it's going to favor stylistically?
Well, I think it's too early to say. It's both Wesley and Fabi can be such universal players. And you mentioned the idea of c6, d5. There's also a potential expansion with the f-pawn eventually moving forward. So I like the flexibility and the mobility that Black's pawn formation has right now. Fabi, again, the first, he's taking a think at the moment. So not going for the most, natural hand move, like we call it, the knight coming out to f3. What are the other patterns that he's looking at for development here, David?
Yeah, knight f3, I think, would be automatic for a lot of people at home. Developing can't be bad. Another typical pawn structure is to play pawn to e4. We call that the Botvinnik setup in the English. You put pawns essentially on these three squares, control the light squares. You do give control of the dark squares, however, to your opponent. So not to everyone's taste, but by playing e4, you control the pawn breaks. You make it harder for Black to ever push the d pawn. You also make it maybe slightly less attractive for Black to push the f pawn. At least then you would control a lot of light squares in the middle of the board. So I think just choosing among these. Often White also plays the idea of rook to b1, b4, b5, tries to put all the pawns on light squares, connect 4, that would be, because you want to maximize the influence of your bishop. Fabi thinking, though, I wonder whether he's got anything more creative up his sleeve. Ooh. What are you thinking here, Tanya? What would you choose?
I would have played knight f3 about 5 minutes ago. I would have played knight f3 yesterday. And I'm pretty sure Fabi's got a different move in mind because you don't burn the clock that long and go for knight f3. And there you have it. It is h4 that he was thinking of. And it makes a lot of sense, David, given the mat situation.
I fully agree. And this move would not be on my radar unless you see a top-class grandmaster like Fabiano Caruana tank for 3 minutes, and then you realize, okay, something special is coming. Like you said, I think your spidey senses were tingling there, Tanya. Mine were too. It was like, okay, he's thinking it must be h4. The top players, they just do that these days. h4 in any position, especially against a fianchetto. You're opening up the h-file if you're ever able to push the pawn forward to h5. And now the Black King is committed. It's a clear target, h6, and surely this is just provocation now. h5, he's going to blow open that flank. F4 now. F4 for the score. What do you make of this?
This is a fun one. I love it. Fabi's going all in for this. It's super committal as well. And that's what brings us to the conversation we were having earlier, right? That in a win on demand, mini match of 2, you're forced to take these kind of decisions, even if you'd rather just play a cautious, cagey approach. There's just no scope for that. F4 played. Now, it's not a pawn sacrifice because White has got a bishop on c1, and if everything gets traded on f4, I think Fabi would be happy with it. The g file opens up. White doesn't want to castle on the king side. You want your rook on that g1 square. But if not, Fabi has a clear idea, right? He wants to take that g5 pawn, and the h pawn will be unstoppable. You want to get that rolling up to h6 as well.
Yeah, this is terrifying, I've got to say. And throughout my career, my experience, when you play someone super solid like Wesley, so there's 2 approaches. Either you kind of bully them at their own game, you allow them a solid position, but hope that they take kind of slightly passive decisions and then incrementally, slowly build up kind of a positional advantage. Or you just forget all the sophistication. You just go route 1, straight for the opponent's king, caveman chess. And this is exactly the latter strategy that Fabiano is going for. I love it, I've got to say, Tanya. This is how to play against Wesley. And look at the clock again. Fabi's up. The Black King not feeling comfortable. Like you said, castling queenside most likely is the destination for White's king later. And I just don't see any natural moves, any logical moves here for black to keep the king side closed. I think no matter what, the black king is going to feel the heat later. And really promising start. Perfect start to this game for Fabiano.
Fabiano playing the mat situation and playing his opponent as well, forcing Wesley into non-standard, complicated positions where there's an opportunity in critical moments for both players in the tactics to go wrong. And already Fabi is up on the clock. So Wesley did decide to trade off one set of pawns. The G file is open, which to me looks like a clear target or a clear way ahead. You improve your knight. Knight comes out to F3, rook to G1. Is there something better that you think is there in the position that's on Fabi's radar? Because
Tanya,
again, knight F3 would be very, very quick on the board.
Exactly.
If
I'm
that's
going
what
to
you
quote.
wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to quote one of my favorite commentators and say, I would have played knight F3 yesterday. Knight F3, just get it on the board. Just a rook G1, just start attacking. No reason not to. Keep developing in the meantime.
But he keeps thinking. Well, H4 has been played. So again, Fabi, what does he have in mind? And David, what is the future of White's king on E1? It's definitely not on the right side of the board.
Exactly. It's not on the right side of the board. It's not going to slide to the right either. It's going to hope to castle queenside, but that still does need a bit of preparation. You need 2 or 3 moves. Maybe Fabiano is just wondering whether he takes on E5 first and then plays knight to F3. I'm not sure if there's a difference, kind of delaying that capture. Another idea would be to take and then try to move the bishop out the way, just move the queen and get castled, but it takes 3 moves. It feels like you should go on the attack on the front foot as soon as you can. So knight F3 as a starting point, put a rook on G1 and then decide on the strategy. That would be my advice. But I mean, Fabiano, his last long think was really productive, H4. So this is his second long think. Let's hope he has something equally creative up his sleeve.
It's been a fantastic game so far, and it's clear that this is nothing to do with home preparation, candidates preparation, any sort of book moves. This is all over the board inspiration by Fabi, starting with H4, provoking Wesley to put his G pawn on G5 and then striking immediately on F4. It's basically hitting the chaos button. It was the need of the hour. He's done it. But now how does he continue keeping the pressure? Because it can also backfire. This kind of play, it's sort of do not try this at home, because it's so easy. If you don't follow it up correctly, suddenly you're left with an open king in the center. Black, meanwhile, just needs a couple of moves to take out that bishop on C8, bring it into the game, bishop coming to G4, that knight coming out to C6, the D4 square looking nice and juicy. David, it's so important for Fabi to continue playing energetically right now.
Yeah, you're 100% correct there. It's not one-way traffic, despite how excited I think we both are by Fabiano's position and the potential there. He does actually trade in the center. I think the reason we're excited, Tanya, is not necessarily because Fabi's winning or going to win this game even, but just because he's doing some cool creative stuff early days. And Bishop E3, the blue arrow appears apparently by far the best move for white, but E4? Do my eyes deceive me? What is E4? He's just blocked in his bishop. He's just given black the beautiful outpost on D4. That is surprising, I've got to say. Really anti-positional from Fabi. I guess he wants the D5 square for his knight.
I have so many questions about that move, and I think you pointed all of them out, right? Why play E4? Just continue with development. It just leaves behind so many weaknesses. You've already spent so much time with the pawn moves opening up the file. But Fabi will show us what his idea is. Eventually, he does want to put that queen to D2, start targeting that tender 8-6 pawn, battery up against it, and get the king to safety on the queen side. But David, the other long-term weakness of that move, E4, is this D3 pawn. And that just becomes a clear target. And now it's Wesley who's going on the hunt with F5.
Wow. Wesley playing on the flank where technically he is a bit weaker. He does have the more vulnerable king, but Wesley realizes that actually he's the one ahead in development. Black is castled, Black has got his knights out. And usually if you're ahead in development, that's where you accelerate the play, speed things up. And now we see the blue arrow again. F4, the most logical move, the most natural move, I would say, by far in this position. Not always the case when the computer's suggesting a move, but here F4 would shut down this diagonal. Tanya, positionally, suddenly looks beautiful for Wesley. So putting a pawn on F4, a knight coming into D4. Fabi, it's definitely gone wrong.
You play F4, you shut down the dark squared bishop. Fabi's already played E4, shutting down the light squared bishop. And all Fabi is relying on is the G file, counterplay on the G line. He needs to first take out the knight for it, get his king to safety, and then put the rook to G1. That feels like one too many moves. Meanwhile, Wesley, healthier king, healthier development. He keeps thinking. To me, it looked like F4 was also the kind of move we'd make yesterday on the board.
Yeah, on the board, finally. You're right. Neither player really trusting their instincts in this game. I think maybe it's just showing how high the stakes are, how high the nerves are in this battle. But finally, Wesley does plant the knight on a beautiful outpost on d4. A glorious piece. If you remove it, the black queen will replace it, and you would have to part with your beautiful dark square bishop in the process. So looking good for Wesley, but still early days, still maybe some twists and turns ahead, Tanya, judging by the last few moves. Should we do a brief update on the other game? Maybe if we zoom out. The other game we haven't touched upon so far because it has been less dramatic. Jan Neppomniachtchi getting the queens off the board as soon as possible. Tanya, has he been successful, however, in trying to take the sting out of the position?
I'm trying to get my head around this position because it's so starkly in contrast with what we're seeing on the left side of our board. The queens are off the board, as you mentioned, and Jan has got this nice-looking D pawn. Now, the big question is that a strength in his position or is that a weakness? It is an isolated pawns, but it is behind enemy lines. It is on your opponent's side of the board. Immediately put under pressure, but there are dynamics. The knight is jumping around. You can't take that d5 pawn. There's a fork on c7. Knight c7 would be disaster. Meanwhile, the knight and the rook have combined to put pressure on a7. David, to answer your question, I like White's position so far. Feels like you've got a lot of counterplay and a lot of dynamic and piece activity.
Yeah, it's really important, this last move, knight to b5. Without this, White would have actually been worse, maybe even losing a pawn, but knight b5, a key move. And in the grand scheme of things, with a draw being sufficient, it feels like he should be able to bail out at some point, whether that is at some point just taking on a7, whether it's kind of biding your time, maybe moving the bishop out the way. There is a big threat now of rook takes pawn, because now the black bishop will defend both rooks, and the bishop on d2 is a loose piece, so move your loose pieces, protect them, keep them on safe squares. That would be my advice. But either way, you could also push the pawn forward. This does look like Jan Neppomniachtchi is in control of his own destiny right now. Like you said, Tanya, I like his chances. He might not win this game, but he doesn't need to win the game, a draw being sufficient.
And he does what you said. He just puts his bishop on a square that it's defended. You still don't have the opportunity to take on d5. There are ideas of either jumping in with the knight to c7, hitting that rook, forcing it away from the defense. Even if you were to go bishop takes pawn, you don't walk into a fork, but you force black's rook away from the defense of the a7 pawn. Also, this e3 square, notice how it's sort of a preemptive move, David. Once the a7 pawn falls, the b6 pawn will be a weakness. And I think, yes, d5, it's sort of a double-edged sword in the position for Jan, but he's making it work for himself with piece activity. How are you fighting the threats on the queenside pawns as black?
Yeah, this is my kind of chess, Tanya. None of that, mutual attacks. None of that h4, h5 modern malarkey. It's just slow grind. Just take all the pieces off the board. Try to outfox your opponent in a risk-free endgame. That's what Jan Neppomniachtchi's trying to do because of the tournament situation. But in the meantime, Dmitry Andreikin, he's fishing for chances here. Knight to h4, I like that one, I've got to say. Suddenly, indirectly, maybe attacking the g2 square. Look at the black bishop poaching from afar here. Also, if he steps back and is able to trade his knight for the white bishop, at least there's an imbalance in the position. So I think he's making the best of what is almost a desperate situation here, Dmitry Andreikin. 3 minutes, he needs to work his magic, though. Jan Neppomniachtchi still in control.
It's a very tricky move. You're right. It's the kind of move that even if objectively the computer says it wasn't the best move in the position, and I don't know what was, but it's the kind of move that really throws your opponent off because one, it's easy to miss. Second, you're setting up all these ideas on the g2 pawn, a pawn that White never wants to push forward, creating light squared weaknesses, the color complex that you don't have a bishop for. So g3 is not the kind of move that you ever want to play here. You're hinting at a threat of bishop takes pawn on d5 when the bishop and knight will start combining on threats against the g2 pawn, the b3 pawn. The one idea I see for Jan to try to keep things under control is at some point push that f pawn one step ahead. Go f3 and play the wall to black's bishop on d5 eventually.
Oh, I love it, Tanya. F3, that is nice, beautiful positional play. He's going for a tactical solution, however, Jan Neppomniachtchi, that is his style. And he's actually sacrificed his knight because if the rook takes on c7, it's lured forward to a square where the black rooks will get skewered. And once the dust settles there, white will have a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. I think the pawn's very, very strong in that scenario, though. Dmitry Andreikin on the camera looked a bit annoyed at himself, maybe missing this last move. And it does feel like black wasn't quite in time with the counterplay. He needs to go into damage limitation mode. Maybe the best move here would be bishop takes pawn on d5, but that's just going to lead to simplifications. The knight will take, the pawn on b6 will drop, and a draw would be the most likely result. Not good enough, though, for Andreikin. He's had to go for it.
There was no other option. You're either in a busted position or you trade, but that's not going to be good enough. So Jan just finding the precise way to shut down all of black's play. He's thinking whether he wants to capture on b6, but I think the position, it just doesn't demand that. Why calculate all those complications when you've got the option to simplify all of the queen side? Even if the b3 pawn falls, there's really nothing to fight for. I think really nicely, practically handled by Jan Neppomniachtchi, this one.
Yeah, very professional, maybe slightly cynical, but you need to be in these types of positions. And yeah, it's hard to imagine black winning. Knights are normally better than bishops when it's just pawns on one flank, but 3 versus 3, so symmetrical. No dreams of a pass pawn ever. This
David,
is a draw.
this is a draw, and I think we have to immediately rush over to the other board. I've got my eye on the bird's eye view that we've got. It is absolute chaos. A lot has happened, and I think we have to do a deep dive. Perhaps you can do a quick action replay for us as well, because what on earth is happening here?
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's jump into that game between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley. So I think Fabi's just gambled. He's gone all in on this attack against the Black King, but he's neglected his whole center. Black has a massive pawn suddenly. Quick action replay you asked for, Tanya. I'll just very quickly jump in and say that Fabiano let something slip just a few moves ago. In this position, just a few moves back, knight to f3 was key. It was important to take advantage of this pin. He tried to bank on the g file, however, and ultimately after a capture, he's left with this position, and the white knight still passive. That is the downside to everything. And queen c6 check, the beautiful trick to stop the h pawn in its tracks. And this is the current position, f3. It looks like Fabi is on his last legs here. He's going to have to move his queen. I'm not sure where, but ultimately the pawns are dropping, and I don't think white's attack is quick enough, Tanya.
This could be the last few moves of Fabiano Caruana in the CrunchLabs Masters. Everything has gone wrong after a very energetic play by him with the white pieces, and it all comes down to development one more time. Get that knight into the game, and we're talking about a completely different position. It's all black. It's all Wesley So in this position. Wesley So is all over the position. Look at those central pawns. The d3 pawn is hanging. The queen is attacked. The g7 bishop nicely defended by the black queen. And where are you even moving with the queen? You need to stay You need to stay connected to that white rook in g5.
Yeah, it's difficult. If you step forward to g4, you might keep getting hit. The black rook could land on f4. If you step forward to g3, you're not really threatening anything. That's the problem. Black could easily just capture on d3, rook, pawn. I think every road leads to Rome right now.
David, maybe f2, rook f3 ideas as well.
Oof, nice, Tanya. Yeah, deflection. The white pieces are just overloaded. And it all harks back to what you said on move, what was it, 5, 6? Move your knight. Just develop your pieces, everyone. This knight has not moved once in this game. And he's played without a piece. He's about to get punished for it, Fabiano. He tried to be creative, but ultimately he should have stuck to maybe more tried and tested measures there. Finally, if we catch up with the game, there we go. The knight has moved, Tanya, but too late. D2.
Oof. The knight's moved at a point when black's got a pawn one step away from becoming a queen. I think this is resignation. We might be seeing Fabi resign at this moment. How are you stopping d1? The queen is overloaded, defending multiple pieces. You can't even get your king to c2 because the rook slides to c4, giving a check. Game over. Thank you very much. David, 9 seconds on the clock. You could have an hour and you don't survive.
You don't survive this one, and there we go. We do have a resignation result confirmed. Wesley so wins and progresses to the next round. Fabiano's tournament is over. He tried, he was creative there, but ultimately, yeah, just punished. Wesley, so impressive today.
Really impressive and dominating. A 2-2-0 clean sweep by Wesley. So, and even if you look at the game, starting with the white pieces, having that Catalan, an opening problem to solve with, he does it and he does it successfully. And then this one, again, Fabi throwing in everything he's got, but Wesley just handles it in vintage Wesley style. Keeps his nerves, keeps the position in control, and comes out on top. Wesley so will advance through in the losers bracket. It is the end of the road for Fabiano Caruana. And meanwhile, Dmitry Andrekin, he is still fighting. But David, it looks like it's too little, too late.
Yeah, Dmitry Andrekin, got to give him credit. He's fighting really hard. He's showing that the knight is superior to a bishop with pawns just on one flank. Knights are short-range pieces. That's why they thrive when they're just focused on one area of the board. Bishops, the long-range pieces, actually do struggle when they kind of only have one side to focus on, when they don't have targets on both sides. So, yeah, the bishop really awkward, but ultimately white doesn't really have a weakness you can probe at. You can't create a passed pawn, and try as you might, all these checks on the back rank will not lead anywhere. White will always be able to block. We might see this go on for another 50 moves, Tanya, but it looks like it should be a draw. Jan Neppomniachtchi, I mean, he would need a huge blunder to throw this away now.
We've seen that happen. It happened in this very match in game one, David. So I think we can't call a result. And Andrekin has done the maximum that he can in this endgame. He's found his knight activity, his rook activity. But notice how Jan has his piece formation where that rook on the third rank defends laterally as well as horizontally. Right now, it's going on the attack with potential threats of a bishop sliding to c3 at the right time, hitting the tender spot on f6. Everything under control so far, but it's very defensive for Jan. He needs to keep it as is. Never easy, but again, it just feels like there's not enough material. Dmitry needs one more piece in this position. Just a little pawn or a piece in this position to keep it going.
Exactly. If you could just add another ingredient to this mix, then it might be a bit more tasty, a bit more promising. But ultimately, like you said, he's maxed everything out. He's got pretty much the ideal pawn structure. He's locked down the king side, this connect 3 here. He's prevented the white pawns from ever moving. He's got his knight on some really promising squares, but they are dark squares. Notice, everyone, that white's dark square bishop controls the dark squares. The pawns control the light squares. So that's why he pretty much has a fortress here. Neppomniachtchi, he's not allowing a breakthrough on either color complex. And yeah, barring a kind of sudden knight fork or trick, he should be holding this door and shutting the gate. A draw, still inevitable, but we've been going around for a while. And I think another good tip, Tanya, for everyone at home, Jan Neppomniachtchi not relaxing. He knows it's a draw. He knows it's a dead draw. He's not getting frustrated that Andrekin's playing on. He's just focusing on this defensive job.
And that was important, this rook retreat on c1, because that knight on g3, and imagine if black's rook and knight can actually combine to set up a mating net ideas against the white king. A fork is a big threat, and which is why it's so important to be alert. And now Jan transfers his king to the h2 square. But Dmitry is fighting knight f4, combining ideas of once again the knight and the rook against that g2 pawn. Look at the resilience of Jan. It's move by move. Rook f2,
Yeah.
bishop f2.
Ooh, white is so tied up right now. Yeah, he can barely move Jan Neppomniachtchi, but ultimately he's still holding. There's still no breakthrough for black. This is so frustrating, Tanya. Andrekin's tried everything, but it's not working.
Jan is holding by a thread. It almost feels like Dmitry, he's pulling off a Magnus right now in this position. He's just trying every single idea that exists.
Yeah, he's trying. He's setting those kind of traps. He's asking all the questions, but so far Neppomniachtchi has all the answers. And you mentioned Magnus. Maybe Magnus would win this, but I think even Magnus would only win this maybe 1 or 2 out of 100 against a top-level grandmaster. You've got to play the odds, and the odds are not looking in Andrekin's favor right now. Also, the 50-move rule might come into effect soon. We'll have to check that. We're now at move 74. But the players have been going around for a long, long time without any progress being made. No pawn pushes, no captures. So, yeah, he doesn't have too long to try. No time on the clock either, Tanya.
Under 20 seconds, but the knights are so tricky. He continues to jump around, trying to attack and hit from one side and then from another square, trying to shuffle around with the king. David, good idea to check on the 50 move rule. So easy to fall into a fork or a tactic with rook takes bishop and then the knight landing on a nice check and picking up the rook. But Jan Neppomniachtchi's defenses are holding, and I think the 50 move rule was reached. Dimitri's surprised. He didn't realize it, but it was inevitable. No pawn moves, and the computer stops, the game stops. Jan Neppomniachtchi goes on. Dmitry Andreichen's road in the CrunchLabs Masters comes to a stop.
Yeah, he was so close, Tanya. Just one accurate move away in the previous game from winning. And there we see, really classy, a wave from Dmitry Andreichin as he bows out of the tournament. He played great chess. He was the underdog. Ultimately, luck was not on his side. Jan Neppomniachtchi really breathing a sigh of relief, living a charmed life in this event.
That was especially that game one, and I think Jan knows it as well. But then you start feeling good about your chess, good about the day that you had. With game two, he kept it under control. And this is our bracket at the end of losers round one, as Wesley So and Jan Neppomniachtchi advanced through. Fabiano Caruana, Dmitry Andreichin, they are out of the CrunchLabs Masters. Of course, we've got more chess coming up, David, as we will move on to our winners bracket. But oh my God, these two matches, but Wesley So with his clean sweep. I don't think too many of us could have predicted a 2-0 scoreline against Fabiano.
Definitely not. But Wesley, again, opportunistic. He was patient. He was calm. When Fabiano threw everything at him, he had all the answers. He reacted and defended extremely well. Wesley So is one of the most solid players out there. We talk about that. But he's also so good with a killer instinct to pounce on mistakes. He deserves the win. We say goodbye to Fabiano Caruana. And yeah, that was a really, really exciting match. The results don't pay justice to how exciting those games were.
Absolutely breathtaking chess. It's been such a roller coaster ride, this entire CrunchLabs Masters, and today is living up to the hype. And of course, there's more hype coming up as we go into the winners bracket next. And there's more good news, more chess for everyone watching. Because if you're looking to play chess and meet new people in your community, we've got Meetup for you, the platform for hosting and organizing community events. Connect with your local chess community or start events like chess nights or tournaments in the park. Plus, you can explore local groups for any of your other hobbies on Meetup. Use the command Meetup in chat or visit go.chess.com/meetup to find your newest checkmates. And one player who did survive a checkmate in game one was Jan Neppomniachtchi, and he went on to win his match against Dmitry Andreichin. And before we go into the winners bracket, we will have an interview with Jan on the other side of this break.
There's a shortcut for sizing up any chess position.
Chess structures is how we understand chess quickly. How can you evaluate a complicated position in a second or two?
And giving you the tools to come up with a winning plan.
What I see here is not a weak pawn on d4. One can feel tremendous energy from the white side. Well, we have rooks in open files. My knights have great squares where they can jump to. Even this one can maybe jump further. My bishop maybe on b3, maybe on d3. You will not see just 12 pawns on a chessboard. No, you will start to see that this is a landscape. And it's a landscape where you can sort of see the hills, or rather the flow of energy.
In any opening you play.
Welcome to the chapter about the Isolan, Caro-Kann formation, the Slav formation, Carlsbad structure, Stonewall structure, King's Indian structure type 1, type 2, the hedgehog structure, the Roxy structure.
And you can learn it all before your beard grows too long. Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen presents Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide. Try it for free on Chessable at chessable.com/structures.
from the UK
to Ukraine,
from Spain
to Bahrain.
Chess is an international game.
On Chess.com, more than
175 million members play chess.
There are chess players from every country on earth.
Chess began in India as Chaturanga.
It spread westward through Persia and the Middle East, where it was called Shatranj.
In Europe, the pieces reached their modern form.
Minister and elephant became queen and bishop.
Chess was not invented in one time and one place.
It evolved as it spread, collecting influences everywhere it went.
Today, 10 different countries have produced a world champion.
Whether you call it ajedrez,
Schach,
Schach, Chess,
Xadrez,
Шахи,
Шахматы,
Shatranj,
Chatur,
国际象棋,
Shatranj,
or chess. It's the global game that unites us all.
Happy International Chess Day!
Happy International Chess Day.
Happy International Chess Day.
And we're being joined by Jan Neppomniachtchi after a match that was full of twists and turns. Jan, firstly, congratulations on that victory. It was a match that could have gone either way, especially in round one. Talk us through the day and the big moments against Andre Kin.
Well, thank you, first of all. And yeah, it was very unusual match, first of all. So somehow some power outage happened at the place I live, so I decided to go to there, to return to my esports roots, go to the computer club, and I played today for a different place. A bit new feeling, but well forgotten one. So I have different setup, different mouse, and different stuff. So yeah, I think the first game was quite decent, and I would say he played creatively. He repeated the line which I had against Firouzja in Toronto, and in Toronto I played a very poor game, but here I came up with some small improvement, like knight d7, and then it was very balanced. And then I think he took me a little bit off guard with his h4 g4. Let's say suddenly he pushed all his pawns, and it became really big mess. And then I blitzed out queen d1, and then I understood it was a big mistake. And then I got just very lucky. Yeah, so he blundered. Actually, it's very funny. So when I played queen takes c2, I had this queen f2 in mind sometimes, but I thought it will. And anyway, it's never going to work, and so on. And then he played knight g5. I thought wow, I'm losing even like this. And then suddenly was some spark. Okay, wait. Like there is queen f2 here always. So it was of course a lucky moment. And the next game, well, I played exclusively for a draw, and of course I could handle it better, so not get this tricky position with knight jumping around my king and rook. But I think it was draw all the way.
And even in the second game, like you said, with black pieces under king, he was putting so much pressure in an end game, which of course objectively is a draw. It's so easy to lose control of nerves or walk into one of those folks. How do you, in those moments, knowing that match victory is close, how do you approach the situation and keep your nerves?
Well, technically, if you don't blunder the fork, the match victory is close, yeah. So that's what I was trying to do, not blunder the fork. And of course, I was a little bit lucky with this threefold repetition, so the game would continue forever. So he would like wait for 49 moves and play f5, and then repeat and then repeat and then repeat. So maybe if he wouldn't go into this threefold sudden trap, we wouldn't be like we would be still playing technically, yeah. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's like 2 seconds increments, so it's not a big deal.
Or many watching, and myself included, we would have blundered a long way into that position. But Jan, congrats on that victory. And I have to say, the background looks super duper cool. We were talking about it. And now with this win, do you think you're going to keep playing from here perhaps? And we might see you back here tomorrow as well?
Well, could be, but it's like 1 hour driving from the place I live. So it's not like... it's not such an easy call. You have to play from here, but okay, I will surely consider, if this place brings some legs, so why not?
It does. And Jan, we've got some questions for you from chat, and I'm going to bring that up before we let you go. It's from Noel, and Noel wants to know that, will you release a second Chessable course? Your King's Gambit course is fire.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for studying the first course. I think you studied already one course, one more course of my authorship than I expected. So yeah, thanks a lot. But well, I don't know. It's somehow I was never, I never considered like recording some courses unless suddenly this, contract for the participation in 2021 tour was. It had a paragraph that come on, you should promote Chessable and so on. So that was a little bit mandatory, but somehow like it even worked. It turned out to be quite good for me because I found out like there is a brilliant blitz weapon for. I still play it a lot in blitz and with some pretty decent results. So who knows? Yeah, maybe another awful opening, but still good at blitz. Yeah, so why not?
That was cool, getting some insights into players' contracts there. Well, we're looking forward to your second course, Jan, whenever that does come out. And you will be playing, coming back to the tournament, you will be playing against the loser of Alireza and Duda's match. Are you going to be tuning in for what's coming up next today?
No, sadly, the time I'm rating the computer club, my computer is running out. Yeah, I have like 25 more minutes. So maybe I'll follow my iPhone a little bit, but I think just in the evening I'll know the results. So that's it.
All right, Jan. Well, have a good trip back home from where you are. Great setup, great games today, and we'll see you back in action tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Yeah, bye. Have a nice time commenting.
Thank you. Neppomniachtchi and Wesley so get the job done in the losers bracket, advancing through to the losers quarterfinals. Spectacular chess, David, but it was just the appetizers because the main course is coming up.
Yeah, that was just the warm-up, and we're being treated today to more matches, more games, longer matches, and more superstars, Tanya. The four who are about to join us, they were involved in some crazy chess yesterday, really impressive play, and I'm hoping they bring more of the same to the table again. I can't imagine these four players ever producing a dull day of chess.
I'm just looking at the roster. These four players that we've got, right? Alireza Firouzja against Jan-Christoph Duda, and then Magnus Carlsen up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. David, is it safe to predict that we're definitely going to have more decisive games than draws, just given their style of play?
Don't jinx it, Tanya. Don't jinx it. That was the way yesterday. We only saw 2 draws throughout the whole day of those winner quarterfinals yesterday. Judging on that, I would say it's a pretty safe bet. But you never know. The specifics of each match can often kind of change according to how the players start, the form they're feeling in, the openings chosen. And yeah, I would say that we're in for a few treats here and there, in for some attacking chess, but you never know.
I'm looking forward to some decisive action. I love the style of play of all these 4 players. I'm a big fan of them never shying away from the complications and going in for dynamic, energetic play. We're going to look at, I think first we're going to deep dive into the Jan Christoph Duda against Alireza matchup. I want to talk to you a little bit about this one. This is their head-to-head, and Duda does lead with 7 wins, although pretty close margin there, and both extremely well, I want to say, combative players. Yesterday, Duda showing great skill set in all kinds of positions, right? Where he had these opening ideas, he was ready to play the complications, the tactics, and then showed some incredible technique against Wesley as well. And then meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja just showing incredible mental fortitude in his match against Caruana. What are you expecting from this clash?
Oh, fire on the board, Tanya. Decisive games. I think that with these types of players, with their styles and such high ceilings, they're both capable of playing godlike chess, just crushing anyone. We could be in for some real brilliancies, but it depends on the form. They both have been known to be slightly inconsistent in the past. I would say Firouzja, however, this moment in time is the more informed player, just with his track record in the Champions Chess Tour, winning the Chess.com Classic, with his just overall performances in all time formats recently. So I would make him a slight favorite. But yeah, it's hard to know exactly how this match will pan out. They've really knocked each other down so many times. Classical as well. Firouzja was saying he has the upper hand, so he'll be feeling confident.
Confident for sure. And overall, he's got this really incredible mindset. You know, we were talking about his match against Fabi yesterday. You lose a game in 9 moves. You're a super grandmaster. All of us think we've seen everything in the chess world. Then you see a player of Alireza's caliber resigning in 9 moves. And you're like, no, you've seen nothing at all. But then he comes back and says that, you know, watching Fabi's reaction on camera is what gave him the motivation to go on to win the match. What does that tell you about Firouzja?
Oh, he's just so strong mentally. He's made of champion material. That's why it's the Champions Chess Tour. That's why he's thriving right now. I mean, that's how you have to do it. You have to use everything as motivation. You need to stay in the zone at this top level. When you're playing so many games back-to-back, non-stop, so fast, you need to make sure you don't lose focus. And if you can use ammunition like that, like your opponent laughing, just use anything to stay in the zone, then that is a bit of a bonus. So Firouzja showing yesterday his resilience, his mental toughness, and another one who's very strong mentally, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, just never looks flustered, Tanya. That's why he's been so successful over such a long career now.
The Frenchman with 3 names also has to use everything he's got in this match that's coming up against Magnus Carlsen. And David, Maxime and Magnus have given us some of the most phenomenal matches of the Champions Chess Tour. I'm thinking about the AI Cup from the 2023 season. It was the highest accuracy that we have seen in any chess match. A game over 60 moves between these 2 players at an almost 100% accuracy. It was over 99.5% to be exact. Just incredible play. And what works for this Frenchman? For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we can see his path to winning that sole win that he got, booking the spot into the grand final in December for the 2023 season. Very impressive stuff. Is that he has this balance of being able to play solid but also take these counteractive chances to force Magnus into these positions where both players can go wrong. You have to calculate, there's no time, there's tactics everywhere, everything's hanging. Last time, they weren't shying away from those positions. It felt like they woke up and chose violence. Are you expecting more of that when they meet again?
I certainly hope so, Tanya. And that's what you need in order to defeat Magnus Carlsen. We saw he beat him twice in that AI Cup in 2 different matches. You need that 99% accuracy. You need to be able to calculate like a boss, like Vachier-Lagrave does. It's that mathematics background. He's so precise, and no opponent can switch off for a second against him. if you give him one shot, he'll calculate to the end and jump on an opportunity. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be fully motivated against Magnus. These two, again, big rivals, big friends from a young age. Two more of the 1990 generation. There were actually 4 out of the 8 in this Division 1. But yeah, they know each other extremely well. It's about who's more informed today.
I know one more guy who's from the 90s generation, and he's sitting right in front of me, I want to say, on my screen. David, you've grown up with both these players. You guys have played alongside each other. If you had to point out one key strength, and of course, they're universal players with many, many strengths, but one standout quality about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, what would it be?
As well as his calculation skills, I would say it's his ability to be in the flow, especially in the late middle game and end game. He's extremely accurate, but he senses momentum so well. So you often see him start rattling out the moves. He barely pauses for thought. He trusts his instincts, and that is key in the crucible of online rapid chess. That's what's going to give him the best chance against Magnus.
And he needs to take every single shot, every single opportunity he gets against the true king of the Champions Chess Tour, who's won every single season. The Magnus domination does not stop, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did win the AI Cup final, the grand final against Magnus, defeating him twice. I think anything said about Magnus's achievement is not enough. He's won 9 out of his last 10 tournaments. His clean sweep against Jan Neppomniachtchi, the 3-2-0 victory coming into play yesterday, was just super impressive. And David, what are you expecting from him today? What kind of an approach against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will Magnus Carlsen take?
I think he's just going to be his calm, centered self, Magnus. He just seems to be just really zen right now when he's at the board. It was great to see him playing well yesterday. It's been a really tough time for him recently. But yeah, at his best, we know that he's just a hard man to stop. And his kind of advantages, his strengths, also somewhat overlap with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Great in the end game, great instincts, just a really universal player. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm going to put you on the spot, Tanya, though. Predictions. Who do you think is going to be the better player on the day?
It's so hard to bet against Magnus Carlsen. So it's really tough. I think Magnus is a favorite. It's not going to be easy. I'm expecting a lot of fireworks. And David, I'm going to predict that this match goes into an Armageddon, just the way it did last time when the two of them met. Now, we saw a lot of Sicilians that happened when they play against each other and going for these open Sicilian variation. I'm expecting more of that. I don't think we're going to see cagey, cautious approach. They're both up for a fun match. They love playing against each other exactly for that reason.
I think the fans want to see that more Sicilians. In the meantime, though, we will be starting with this match in the winners' semifinals. Alireza Firouzja against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Firouzja recently, Tanya, he looks so confident. He's taking massive risks in the opening and barely kind of blinking twice about it. I just love his style. Just the way he seems to have leveled up just in the last few months alone. And we're off. What do you predict? Petrov?
To me, Firouzja is like the modern Mikhail Tal. He plays for the galleries, and it's just so entertaining to watch the action on the board. And of course, sometimes his unpredictability also can bring those rash decisions, those non-objective decisions, which can backfire. But as a fan, as a commentator, as a player, seeing Alireza Firouzja on the board is always a treat. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda as well. He's creative. He wants to calculate. He's open to ideas that go into complications and tactics. But so far, David, of course, it is the Italian opening. So a slow start to the game. But the Italians known to blow up anytime white gets a d4 or black gets a d5 break in.
Yeah, that's right. And the masters of the Italian are sitting in front of us, especially Firouzja from the white side. He has a phenomenal score with this opening. First we might see the players maneuver a little bit. Here we go, pawn to h3. Firouzja actually employed the Italian yesterday in one of his successful games. Against Fabiano Caruana. But often the white knight just loops around, sits on g3, and then, as you say, it's all about the pawn breaks. d4, maybe b4, b5 as well. Both sides just super flexible. It's like a labyrinth, Tanya, this opening. Don't know about your experience with it, but I've always struggled with both sides to know exactly the correct move order, the correct plan to go for. Here, it's queenside expansion first. The players so flexible in their choices.
And this is one of the plans that White does have to expand to get a big queen side with the A pawn and the B pawn moving forward. And then you decide whether it's A5 you want or at the right time to try to get a B5 break in. Meanwhile, Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to trade one of the key pieces in the Italian for White, which is the light squared bishop, which targets the F7 square. But in that bargain, you lose control over the F5 square. So now the White knight has a path from C4 eventually to E3 and to try to get to that stronghold on the king side.
Yeah, that's the dream home for any knight, pretty much. A knight and F5 will thrive, goes the rhyme, and yeah, the knight, if it ever posts up, will cause some severe difficulties to black. So rook to D1. Interesting, not a normal square for the rook, but I guess he wants this path into that square you mentioned, Tanya. That's a key plan. And rook on D1 will hint, maybe, that White is ready for some central action a bit later. A slow maneuvering start to this one. Whose style do you think it's going to favor more?
Alireza is known for wanting to create positions where there's a lot of chaos. It just feels that his nerves are so strong. He's just made of steel. He never panics in those kind of positions. So it does feel that he will try to create that action eventually. So far, David, I would say it looks pretty balanced. I do like that for White, you can move that knight, try to get it to F5, or eventually get that D4 break in. More space for White. You move those pawns forward, a little bit of flexibility, but still nothing wrong in Black's position, no stark weaknesses. This is going to be a long grind. Should we just zoom out of this for the moment because action started on our other board as well? And as you said, don't jinx it, Tanya. It looks like I might have because we don't at least start with a Sicilian.
We don't have a Sicilian, but we instead have a D pawn opening and a bit of a surprise, Tanya. Magnus has spent nearly 2 minutes just on his first 4 moves. So I'm not sure whether he just didn't have time to prepare this morning or whether he didn't predict this opening today from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But it's almost symmetrical. It's a slow version of a symmetrical Grunfeld here. Magnus taking a really solid tentative approach in these early stages. Maybe in the mood to maneuver. No fireworks today.
No fireworks so far today. But David, it's still a long way to go. As in the winner's bracket, it is a best of 4 match. So a lot of fights coming up. I also see Magnus's camera angle. So I wonder if it's because maybe you're right. He wasn't ready to start the game or what just happened, because he has used a lot of time on the clock. Maxime at 9.5 minutes, looking good on the clock and continues to play fast. We see some pawn trades. A bit of a non-standard opening for me, David. Are you familiar with this position?
Unfortunately so, Tanya. I've wasted far too much time in my life analyzing this exact position with both colors. Usually White here recaptures with a knight on d4 and a slightly fractured pawn structure. White has 2 isolated pawns on the queen side. This is compensated for by the beautiful bishop exerting pressure along this diagonal. So here White has 2 main moves, queen to b3 challenging the queens, or queen to c1. Ultimately, having analyzed a lot here, the positions are roughly level, but there's still enough room to outfox your opponent strategically a bit later. Queen to c1, Magnus's choice, and here we'll see a knight trade most likely, and the white knight will come out to d2. Still very theoretical stuff, but Magnus investing a lot of time. And like you said, Magnus's setup, for me, that was the big shock yesterday. He's playing on a tablet. He's using a touchpad pretty much to make his moves. So if it gets down to a time scramble, good luck, Magnus. It didn't reach that yesterday. That would have tested his setup. But I thought I'd seen it all. But now Magnus on a touchpad. And queen to a6, the last move. Tanya, I'm not sure. You might have been muted there. I didn't hear you. Okay, it looks like queen a6, the last move. Either way from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We'll have Tanya back in a moment, I promise, everyone. In the meantime, I'm expecting Magnus to bring his knight forward. There is a nice outpost potentially in front of Black's isolated pawn. And due to the pressure, this bishop exerts on c6. White does have decent long-term chances. Black, however, has a target of his own. Magnus, I've actually had a chat with him about similar types of positions, and he doesn't get too excited by them. They are roughly level, but maybe it's stylistic here. 3 extra minutes, though, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as he kind of wipes his eyes there, trying to get in the flow, trying to get in the zone. And yeah, I'm expecting bishop to e6, black to centralize the rooks. Nothing too dramatic to write home about at the moment. Still very well-known territory, so that's the big surprise for me. The fact that especially Magnus has burned so much of the clock getting to this point. I'll just mention briefly, there has been a big development in the other game. So while Maxime decides on a plan of development here, maybe we can zoom out because there's been a huge decision, an exchange sacrifice by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, very much up his alley, very much in his style. And that's the game you currently see on the left of your screens. And material imbalance there. White has a rook, black has a knight and pawn. But in return for this investment, black has a beautiful outpost in the center of the board. So where the black rook sits, Duda's rook there, that square is going to be used as a launch pad for eternity. Yeah, interesting stuff. I've got to say, I'm a bit skeptical. I'm a materialistic person by nature. But yeah, Duda taking risks. Clearly backing up Tanya's prediction from earlier that we would see some huge committal decisions, neither player wanting to back down from a fight. And yeah, let's jump into that game. We do see this last move. Duda, having sacrificed the exchange, having established this square, the e5 square, as an outpost. Now he's threatening to win a second pawn. c3 is loose, e4 is loose. So multiple threats here. I'm expecting the move, the most natural move at least, queen to f3, just defending both pawns simultaneously. You could also, I guess, defend those pawns from this square over on c2. But long term, can white break down the black blockade? I don't think this is a sacrifice necessarily intended to win the game. It's more a sacrifice to build a blockade, a fortress. Often this e5 square, for anyone who plays a Sicilian defense, the King's Indian, the Benoni, all of these openings, e5 is a beautiful outpost if you can ever achieve it for your pieces. So yeah, I do like what Duda's done strategically. Firouzja here, he is often the player who wants to be making the sacrifices, who wants to kind of make that investment for dynamic potential. So I don't think he's too happy with his position. Maybe it's more psychological, the effect of the sacrifice. Either way, he's the one burning time now on the clock. But why hesitate? It's like Tanya said in the previous game, play a kind of natural, safe move quicker. That is often the key in these types of positions. Save time for later. The fireworks haven't happened yet and won't happen for quite a while, maybe 10, 15 moves into the future. So a bit odd now to see what has been a couple of minutes think by Firouzja. Ever since we jumped in, he's just been in the tank. Another player, just for everyone at home, another player who advocates this approach of playing very kind of sensible moves quickly and saving time for the critical moments is Hikaru Nakamura. That's been the kind of root cause of all his success over the last few years, especially online, especially in quick games. A good move quickly is better than the perfect move slowly, as he often says. But Hikaru Nakamura has crashed to defeat to Vladimir Fedoseev in Division 2. So it's not just these games in action now in Division 1. There's action in Division 2, Division 3. So many world-class grandmasters playing right now, and so many surprises happening consistently. Question mark, though, this last move. C4, not approved of by the computer. And to figure out why, I'm glad you're back, Tanya. Mistake, apparently, from Alireza Firouzja.
Wow, I think I got back just in time. But David, putting me on a spot right away. So wait, what just happened? You've just given up a pawn? Rook takes rook. What does he have in mind? Break this down, because to me, it looks like a very healthy pawn. But white does have that extra exchange.
Yeah, so now material's level. It's a rook for knight and 2 pawns, so level material. However, the board has cleared up slightly. I kind of like it, Tanya. I think he was trying to bait Duda into grabbing this pawn, because now open lines suddenly appear. If the queens come off, I fancy the rook's chances against the knight, despite the pawn kind of configuration here. And big threat, queen takes f7. You can trade rooks, of course. White will have to recapture, but maybe pawn to b5. There's still some potential in the air for Firouzja. Who would you pick instinctively here?
I'm quite materialistic, so I'm going to go with white. But that said, David, that That knight on g6 can land on e5, and it looks like a really nice square where you're centralized, you're putting pressure on white's pawns as well as defending your own king side. The rooks are only as good as the open files that they have. Not too many, only one currently, and that's occupied by the black rook on e7, the central e line. Now, to me, b5 was going to be the first move that I would suggest. It feels like such a natural move to try to get more lines to open up, more activity for the rook. It's been given a question mark, but I feel that this is the kind of question mark that you pick it up and throw it and chuck it out of the window, because from a human perspective, you really want to make the move b5, create some weaknesses in your opponent's camp, even if it comes at the cost of the c5 square.
Exactly. This last one, however, I don't really approve of. It feels like black can now set up a blockade. I'm assuming a queen trade is inevitable. You don't want to, for example, move the black queen away and walk into a trick. Rook takes knight is threatened if the queen ever moves away, because queen to f8 check afterwards would pick up the black rook at the end with a check. So you have to trade queens. But if black can get two more moves, if black can play a5 and b6 here, Tanya, he totally blocks the queen side, a black knight in the center, and black can never, ever lose this game. So I do not like Firouzja's last decision. I liked your b5 just to open up lines, but he didn't open up those lines on the queen side, and now blocked positions favor knights. Yeah, I think this one's turning in black's favor. a5 now. I think next move would be my choice. No, rook e5 instead, and we see the bar slide back up, allowing open lines. Surprising stuff. Another game that's turning, however, maybe if we zoom out here, Tanya, looks like Magnus Carlsen can win a pawn, or is likely to win a pawn in the near future.
And that is on the right side of our screen. So we see a queen trade. And the reason you say that is that knight on c6, it's got a double attack. The e7 pawn is hanging, the a7 pawn is hanging, and hello, the rook on d8 also under fire. But David, there's a square rook d7 that will eventually end up keeping both pawns protected. So how exactly is Magnus going to get that extra pawn?
Grab it now, Tanya. An intermezzo, a check.
Yes.
Knight takes pawn, check. Hey, Magnus here, he's debating whether to cash in or whether to keep this powerful knight attacking everything. But okay, he doesn't. And I'm surprised. It looked like a clear, healthy pawn there. But he instead prefers to keep the tension. Like you said, black just defends everything for now. But Vachier-Lagrave is slightly passive, and Magnus, trademark, pushing his a-pawn forward. He's going to try and clamp down on a big weakness on this a7 square.
This is starting to terrifyingly look like the kind of position that is balanced and that you just don't understand, but suddenly Magnus is just winning. I mean, these are the kind of end games, how many times we've seen Magnus squeeze and grind these out. He loves these positions, and you probably know that better than anyone else, David. This a-pawn getting to a6, that knight on c6 might not have won a pawn, but just being there, it's such a nail in black's position, just tying down all the pieces. That rook from f8, not only can it not slide to d8 and b8, but can't even get to c8. Rook to c8 would potentially at some point, not right now, but run into a knight takes pawn tactics, and always watch out for this open c line that you have to be careful about. It just feels like the kind of position that Maxime would hate to defend.
Yeah, I think any mortal would hate to defend this position against Magnus Carlsen. And I'm just going to very briefly, very quickly go for a deep dive to show why Magnus didn't grab the pawn. I think I've worked it out. And it's actually something he mentioned himself when we wrote this book, when we did this chessable course together. He prefers having attacking chances on both sides of the board, weaknesses to look at. If we just jump in, Magnus could have won a pawn a few moves ago. Knight takes e7 would have been a check, hitting the king, and now you can grab on c1. But if you take with this rook, rook to d2 would have been a double attack against your pawns. If you took the other way, then yes, you remain a pawn up after bishop takes a2. For example, now you can go rook to a1 or something along these lines and take a pawn. But now it's only pawns on one side of the board. 4 versus 3. Yes, you're a pawn up, but it's going to be hard to create a pass pawn. Magnus, if we go back to the game, the reason this is so important, Magnus, he's just looking at this weakness on a7, but not just that. He's hoping that by keeping his a-pawn alive, this is a potential queen. He's going to just shovel it up the board as fast as possible. And yeah, quite likely in the near future, we'll see that pawn promote. Question mark, though. I'm trying to work it out, Tanya. Why is this last move a mistake? It looks very natural to eliminate and neutralize white's powerful light square bishop.
Yeah, it's a very strong piece for Magnus, controlling the longest diagonal on the board. Bishop d5. So if white was to capture, you have to retake with the knight. The rook on d7 needs to keep the pawns protected. Knight takes bishop. It's really hard to understand why the computer doesn't like it. I completely agree with you that from a human perspective, when you're under pressure, you're seeing all these ideas for your opponent. The a-pawn moving forward, the active bishops, you want to trade off as many pieces as possible. A trick on the board is being threatened. Rook takes knight, knight takes pawn ideas. A move, I don't know how we can demonstrate that, but just if you're not careful right now, white can immediately win with rook takes d5. Yes, David, I think you're trying to show that idea. And rook takes rook, knight takes pawn. Maybe you don't lose a whole piece, king h7. You still have the bishop on e5, but bishop takes bishop. Another intermezzo as you're spotting wins the game with a double attack on the rook.
Yeah, beautiful tactics and huge threat. So we see the blue arrow appear, Tanya. I mean, this is not the only threat. E4 as well in the near future looks super scary. So only one way to survive Vachier-Lagrave. He's got under 3 minutes. He has to trade bishops. This is not obvious because it looks like this gains time for white. Once the knight retreats, you hit the rook as well. But the rook will park up on the d6 square, and it's hanging by a thread, I've got to say. It looks really ugly for black. But apparently, according to the computer, it is holding. I think it's going to be tough. Maybe he has to use process of elimination here. Otherwise, he might choose another move. But that looks terrifying anyway. I can see the attraction here for Magnus Carlsen. Tanya, I think he's still a favorite to win, even if this last move given a question mark by the computer.
You said it at the start of the match that one of Maxime's biggest strengths is his calculation ability. And he's slowed down. He's using that right now because he needs to calculate this exact line. Bishop takes bishop. Knight takes bishop. You move the rook. What happens if that e-pawn moves forward? E4, hitting that knight on the center of the board, forcing it to move away from the defense of a penetrating 7th rank square. Eventually, we're going to see some trades which might end up with the d-pawn being weak, the a-pawn being weak. There's attack on e4, and you need to calculate all these ideas and lines because, David, at the end of it, even if the e-pawn gets swapped for the a-pawn, this a-passer still gives Magnus hope, and you have to evaluate this correctly.
Wow, we've actually had a few moves. So a double question mark given to black's rook to e8. I think that's slightly harsh. He's not losing on the spot here, Vachier-Lagrave, but he has dropped a pawn. So like you said in the other variation, you've got to calculate correctly. But here, it's a much more simple equation. Now we see the genius behind Magnus's decision. What was it, 5-6 moves ago? He kept his a-pawn alive, even at the cost of not going up material immediately. He banked on the long-term promise of this pawn. And if the rooks come off now, it's just over, Tanya. Black needs to keep the rooks on. Knights are notoriously bad against a-pawns. So the black knight will not stop it alone. It needs to use the rook. But landing on the 7th rank, another factor you mentioned there. How great would you say Magnus's winning chances are now?
Through the roof. I mean, I don't see a situation where Magnus actually doesn't convert this position. The other one, black had won the e-pawn and given up the a-pawn. Here, Magnus just has that extra a-pawn alive. The rook's coming to c7. Yes, you can go rook to a8, lining it up against the knight and the pawn, but the knight doesn't need to move away. Rook c7 keeps the extra pawn alive. I don't really see a way for the black knight to get there. Knight b6, a5 just feels like you're adding on to the problems here. David, I don't see Maxime surviving this one. And Magnus, 1 minute, 15 seconds, around that much should be enough. He defends the e-pawn, creates space for his own king to come into the game. How do you defend this position?
I don't think you do. That last move is really classy. Exclamation point for a reason. Magnus's last decision. Rook takes e7 was possible, but the black knight would have taken on e4. No counterplay here. Look at this. The black knight is totally shut out of the game. It can try and attack the white rook, but the white rook stays alive. And look, you're sprinting forward. You can even play e5 to totally cage this black knight on the edge of the board. We should mention the other winner's semifinals, Tanya, was a draw, but this one looking like it will be decisive.
100%. Magnus is taking this one. And it makes me think about that moment that you highlighted, not going for the material advantage, not immediately picking up that e7 pawn, giving Maxime counterplay. Instead, just playing for the quality of the pieces, dominating the position with that knight, which once again lands on c6. And David, is there a knockout? Do you just think about sacrifices, but why even try and calculate a6 when you defend the knight? The a pawn is unstoppable. Magnus Carlsen looks unstoppable as he gets the first win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Wow, he made it look so smooth, so seamless there, Magnus Carlsen. I mean, playing on his touchpad, he is the picture of casual right now, Tanya, and he made it look, I mean, this is just top-class Magnus. This is something only he can do against the very best in the world.
Just look at him on the screen. I don't know how he's doing it. And you mentioned that he was playing on the touchpad against Neppomniachtchi yesterday. He won a 3-2-0. Starting against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's not just the scoreline, not just the victory he got, but think of the game from start to finish. Magnus, with his piece activity, with his power play, not getting greedy in any position, just keeping the pressure. Just incredible stuff. Magnus doing Magnus things on a touchpad. Nothing can stop this guy. David, you pointed it out. The other game was pretty balanced. It ended in a draw. No fireworks in this one. But this is the man to beat. But he just looks unbeatable right now.
Yeah, Magnus just in the flow, looking calm. Again, a good tip for everyone at home. Sometimes the best way to get results in chess is to take the emotion out of it and just kind of set these problems for the opponent and wait for them to collapse. Magnus took zero risk there, didn't even need any calculation. He took a positional advantage and eventually cashed in at the right moment. And I just wanted to highlight the one moment where Vachier-Lagrave had this narrow path to survival, but it was not easy for a human. And it was in this position we saw Magnus play the move rook to d1, threatening to take this knight. We showed a fork there. Knight takes e7 afterwards would win material. But in this position, Vachier-Lagrave was walking a tightrope, and this is where he slipped. This is where he fell. He needed to trade bishops, but this is difficult for a human. We mentioned knight takes bishop. The thing that might have scared him as well, rook takes d5. Looks like it wins a pawn for white. This is a tactic. If rook takes rook, white would, again, get a decisive advantage. Extra pawn here. And looks like Magnus would have wrapped this up. But here he needed to spot Vachier-Lagrave that he had the calm move bishop to d6. And everything is fine. He's holding on. Knight takes e7. Again, looks like it wins a pawn. A check. But at the very end, you see that the black rook can snack on e2, and he would have held this one. But that's what Magnus Carlsen does. He forces the opponent to walk this narrow path, and if they slip, he punishes them. Rook e8 instead. We saw e4, driving the knight away, and after some exchanges, a pawn fell, and the game was over. Magnus Carlsen guiding it smoothly to victory. Top class Magnus.
Maxime needs to be a top-class Maxime, and the only way it feels you can really do that or try to get your point or your victory against a player like Magnus to even have a shot, David, it doesn't lie in these kind of positions where, you know, the queens are traded off and Magnus has this endgame, even if it's balanced. His propensity to put pressure on his opponents just so slowly and surely have caused the very best in the world to crack. Maxime has to find a way to get Magnus into chaotic territory from the very beginning. But he has the white pieces. How do you expect him to do that to try to make his comeback? Where does he try to get Magnus in muddy waters?
Yeah, I think he should go back to basics. Maxime, he's been an e4 player for the majority of his career. He's been experimenting a bit more recently with varied success, but against Magnus, you play e4. If he tries to shut you down by playing e5, then at least you have some options, or at least Maxime will be in his comfort zone, some great preparation there. If we see a Sicilian, he'll get his chances automatically. Maxime just needs to be principled, direct, dynamic. Everything that he didn't achieve in this last game. This last game was just kind of all the fun sucked out from move one. Like you say, Tanya, I think the first 10 moves of this, the first 10, 15 moves of this next game are going to be crucial for Vachier-Lagrave's chances.
If he doesn't get anything out of the opening, and by anything, I don't mean an advantage. Obviously, that's asking for too much at this level. But just a game to play, just a game where there's enough chaos you've created, where there are enough opportunities for both players to try to get inventive or try to get provoked into muddy waters is the kind of position that you're looking for. Will Maxime Vachier-Lagrave be successful in doing that against Magnus in round two? Meanwhile, for Alireza Firouzja and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the score remains level. The first game ended in a draw. Without any fireworks, I want to say, which was a little disappointing, David. I was expecting more action between these two players.
Yeah, we even saw Firouzja give a yawn a moment ago on the camera. I'm not going to say the game was boring. There were some interesting moments, especially that exchange sacrifice, but ultimately it did fizzle out towards a draw. Neither player taking their chances, neither player able to create that type of action that we were hoping for. This might be the case in the next game. Duda has the white pieces this time, and I've never seen Duda play a boring opening, so it's going to be fascinating to see this dynamic. Firouzja was another player who lost all of his black games yesterday, but managed to progress in Armageddon, so he'll hope to do a bit better in this next game.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of fresh backgrounds today as well, David. You know, we had Jan play from his gaming Dota days setup, and now we've got Alireza Firouzja as well. I don't know where he is, if he's at home right now, but that does look like he's got a new setting as well. Looking calm. Meanwhile, Jan Krzysztof Duda snacking, getting the energy he needs to bring on the board as well. Duda will start with the white pieces. Are we expecting a king spawn opening in this one?
I'll say yes. How about you, Tanya? Let's. Oh no, it's the English again. I should have. I should have known. I should have known. Ah. Okay, this is exciting as well, Tanya. Duda is another one who's E4 by heart, by nature, but has been reverting to other openings of late, and we see what could end up as what we call the reversed dragon. So a Sicilian, pretty much, just with reversed colors. What do you make of this decision by both players?
I like it. I play this with black, and I'm a bit of a fan. I do like to put my knight instead of this last move that Firouzja just played to keep it more flexible, where you develop the bishop, retreat that knight to b6 is the other way to go. We might still see that happen because there are always tactics with this bishop on g2 and the knight on c3, eyeing that d5 square. But Firouzja decides to commit the bishop to the c5 square, a more active point, also controlling the d4 break in the center, which is a very thematic idea for white in these positions. David, I think it's too early. It's just the opening phase, and the action is to come, but we can be happy that it's an open position.
It is an open position, and usually, I mean, this is a very trendy, very topical position, but usually the ones with the white side, this is their winning attempt. They basically say, okay, I have two central pawns. You only have one central pawn. So long-term, white's positional chances are quite strong. Often you do achieve a3, b4, an expansion on the queen side. And yeah, it's just tough for black to exactly know when to trade pieces, what plan to go for. Due to the fact that one set of knights have been exchanged, it's very unlikely black can ever angle for an attack in the center or on the king side. So I like it. I like this opening choice. Magnus Carlsen has a lot of success with this opening. He seems to win on the white side of this position every time. I don't know how he does it, but it looks roughly balanced for now, objectively, Tanya.
I don't know if that has anything to do with the opening on the board. Magnus just wins because he's Magnus. But true. Right now, Firouzja is also showing us what plans black can have. You mentioned a3, b4 ideas. That last move of Alireza takes control of that square. Eventually, at some point, the knight from c6 can also land on b4 if white tries to stop the a-pawn from further advancing by a committal move like a4. The other plan in these kind of positions for black, David, and I'm only saying it because you highlighted so many great ideas for white in this position, is to somehow try to trade off this light squared bishop. And the way to do that could be to develop your own light squared bishop to either e6 or g4, battery, line it up with the queen on that diagonal, and try to get to the h3 square.
Yeah, white's MVP, most valuable piece right now, is the light squared bishop. There's actually a big threat in the position as well. Knight takes pawn is now a huge idea in the position, defended by the bishop, but also opening up this discovered attack against the black queen. So the black queen needs to move. She needs to shift. And only two natural squares, I would say, where you stay defending this e5 pawn. A bit clumsy because I liked your idea, Tanya. Now it's just harder to achieve. The bishop and the queen, the wrong way around. So the black queen not ideally placed, and the white knight now comes over to the queen side. Maybe some ideas of kind of nabbing the bishop pair there. I've got to say, I like what Duda's done in the opening. He looks the better prepared of the two. He looks more familiar with the ideas.
The clock seems to tell that story as well. Alireza, though, quickly decides he wants to expand further on the queen side. And David, I think this last move by Duda retreating with the knight explains why Alireza was hesitant to put the queen on d6, because then the knight would have come to the square with another tempo. Now bishop d4, Alireza picking up in speed, wants to get these pieces off the board. Bishop takes bishop will give Alireza the option to recapture with the pawn, opening up the e-file, and then suddenly the queen on e6 is beautifully placed, eyeing that backward e2 pawn.
Yeah, often that is not a favorable transformation for white. Bishop takes bishop. You don't really want to allow black to gain space and capture with the pawn on d4. The pawn far better placed there. Like you said, it's all about the semi-open e-file. So he tries to trade on his own terms here, Duda. A very committal decision, but he's arguing that a bishop trade on c3 would allow him to bring a pawn closer to the center. And central pawns give often more flexibility. I like that decision from Duda if he's able to force this trade. Question for Firouzja, does he trade? Does he step back? I'm not sure whether you can step back, actually. Bishop to a7, for example, would have dropped this a4 pawn. So, okay, still early days, but I think he's got everything he could have dreamed of from this opening, Duda. And now he's hinting that at some point later, not yet, that d4 might be in the position. I've got to say, I still love white. It's all about this light square bishop. Look at this pressure, Tanya, that it's exerting. Am I being too biased?
I can completely understand what you're saying, and I agree with it. If Alireza can manage to trade off that g2 bishop, I think black would solve so many of the problems, but it's a far way off. David, as Alireza thinks about how he wants to navigate the threat of a potential d4, although you have to watch out because there are pins along the e-file as well. As he tries to think his way through, I think we should zoom out for a moment and head over to our other game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently down in the match. He's playing with the white pieces, and at the moment, not a single piece, not a single pawn has been traded off on the right side of our screen there. So a lot of options for both these players. And I want to say that this was perhaps started with the Spanish. It would be my guess. I'm going to go with Spanish and not the Italian.
That's a very good guess and completely correct, Tanya. You're right there. The Spanish is what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been playing literally since he was about 5 years old. So he has a vast amount of experience in this opening. I guess the reason we weren't sure Spanish-Italian is because they're pretty much kind of related openings. It's all about this light squared bishop landing on a nice diagonal, and this is the most valuable piece for white. Just like that fianchettoed piece was for Duda. And this piece is the one that you really want to shut down with black. Often we see black even sacrifice a pawn. An idea like b3 would close down this bishop's diagonal or trade off this bishop at the cost of a little bit of material. But in the meantime, Vachier-Lagrave, one typical idea to make use of the fact that you kind of own the light squares right now is to try and trade off the protectors of those squares. So bishop to g5 to take this knight and then try to land your own steed into the d5 square. So still a very typical, well-known type of position. Move orders kind of pending here, but yeah, I like the fact that he's gone for this strategy, Tanya. He's gone back to these openings that he's had so much success with throughout his career, Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes, and he keeps the position extremely complicated. As we're talking about this, that there's not a single open file, no trades yet on the board. So a very, very rich middle game. And it all comes down to when we see these kind of ideas being played out. Will Magnus try to get that B pawn moving forward, which actually was stopped by Maxime's last move, hinting at that a5 knight. The bishop from d2 would have captured the knight on a5, and then the b3 pawn would have been picked up with the white bishop, so nullifying any idea of actually blocking it. And Magnus, now that the bishop on b7 has done his job, has made sure that white didn't get the d4 break in time, reroutes itself to another diagonal, potentially trying to trade off that light squared bishop from e6 at some point. You pointed out b3. David, the other break that black can try to get in these positions is aim for d5 at the right moment. So bishop e6, d5, also the knight from a5 rerouting itself to c6. It's a position that can be played in various different ways, and I think it's going to get very complicated. It's balanced right now, but perhaps not for too long.
I fully agree, Tanya. I think you've predicted the future really well there. It will get complicated inevitably at some point. This is just the calm before the storm. And I mean, Vachier-Lagrave is an expert in these types of positions, but then again, he's playing the expert in the Roy Lopez in the Spanish, Magnus Carlsen, who's been playing it as well since he was young. And look at this, a knight has posted up on f5. You mentioned a similar idea in another game earlier today, but what do you make of this Is this the launchpad for an attack? Or is it just a big risk, allowing bishop takes knight, ruining the white pawn structure? What do you make of this decision, Tanya?
Yeah, I want to point out, in that game, the light squared bishops were already traded. But here, like you're saying, that Magnus has the opportunity to not trade the bishop on a2, but go bishop takes knight and force Maxime to take, well, this at least visually less favorable pawn structure. You've got a doubled F pawn, you give a lot of play in the center, but Maxime did not like that because the bishop on a2 would be such a strong piece, a monstrous piece that could not have been challenged. Instead, he retreats, he's rerouting his pieces, as we discussed earlier, David, just getting them to better squares, that knight from c6, eventually also eyeing the d4 post right now, keeping the pressure. But as long as that knight on f5 is alive, I would be a little worried with black.
Definitely. And the reason Magnus is not taking this knight is because after a recapture, as you mentioned, the bishop is powerful, but also there might be a pawn storm on the king side. White's pawn could launch forward, g4, g5, and attack, and the black king would not be feeling comfortable. We might even see that type of idea a bit later. Watch out for g4 at an opportune moment, but it's just really tense. Like you, I would be slightly afraid here. I really dislike these types of positions from the black side because you just have so much choice. It's like, do you trade this pawn? Yes, no. What are the upsides, downsides? Do you trade bishops? Unclear. Do you take this knight? So many big decisions to be made. So little time on the clock. So I think Vachier-Lagrave, at least in practical terms, he's done a great job of keeping this complicated. Watch out as well for White's knight to land on g5 or for the knight to move out the way. The queen can join the action on the king side. Yeah, this one is bubbling nicely. It's about to erupt and about to become really even more complicated, Tanya.
It's such a stark contrast from the action that we saw in game one between these two players. This is the kind of positions that Maxime likes to play, where there are all these ideas of eventually complicating the position, getting it into tactical territory, and you can see it in the body language as well right now. Maxime leaning back, he's looking relaxed. He thrives when there are possibilities of a potential king side attack. Now the knight on f5 remains unchallenged, as long as Magnus cannot reroute that knight from c6 to e7 to try to get to it. David, your idea of either pushing the g-pawn or getting the queen into the attack on the king side by removing the knight from f3 on perhaps the next move, I think Maxime has managed to create a position where there's something to play for. And once again, completely different storyline, narrative from what we saw in game one.
100%. This is what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave does so well. He's normally quick, instinctive. Here he's got 2 extra minutes, and he gives the opponent a lot of choice. Often Vachier-Lagrave, he waits, he gives the opponent choices and kind of just adapts according to what they do, pounces on those mistakes. He likes the opponent to kind of self-destruct. That's when he gets a lot of his best wins. And he's got the tension, he's got the potential, the kind of long-term promise here. The question is, does he go for these slower maneuvers, move the knight, get the queen out, or does he go a bit more direct? G4, G5, bishop G5 looks tempting. Even at the right moment, D4 might be an idea to open up the center, especially now the black pieces are kind of sitting on the queen side. But yeah, it's really tense. I don't think he wants to commit necessarily, Vachier-Lagrave, but a great start to this game so far for him. Also, a note for everyone at home. The reason the white knight is not taking this bishop is because that's black's bad bishop. And here we do see D4 and, allowing white to step forward in the center. Big commitment here, Tanya. Magnus there had pretty much pre-moved bishop to f8, keeping it safe, but a really passive square. Bishop g5 looks tempting as well. Oh, it's starting to look really unappetizing, Magnus's position suddenly.
I think you've broken down everything perfectly in this position. And yes, you've got d5, but I love throwing in the bishop move that you pointed out right now, because allowing bishop takes knight with that knight on f5 would be incredibly dangerous. Instead, Maxime first trades on c5 and then goes in with the idea. Definitely something that Magnus has to take care of right now. Do you have time to retreat with the knight? I don't think there's any universe in which Magnus allows bishop takes f6, pawn takes bishop, and that knight on f5 lives forever.
Yeah, you cannot allow this white knight to sit on a pretty outpost like f5 for the rest of the game. You simply have to retreat your knight. This does have the added benefit of potentially jumping to d6, but this is the key. I was attracted to pushing the pawn forward to d5, but Vachier-Lagrave's gone for a very, very sophisticated approach, maybe even superior approach. He's kept d5 open as an outpost for his own pony. So one knight on f5 has stepped back, but Tanya, we might see another knight respawn on f5 a bit later, and the other knight on d5, two huge horses in the enemy camp. Just so many holes. It's like that type of cheese with all the holes in it, Tanya. Black's position, all the light squares, it's so ugly.
And as Black, you have to try to find some counterplay in this position, because give White these three moves, the two knights land on f5, d5, that's goodbye to the game. How are you fighting that? The queen joins the attack from d4. The rook two slides open to the d file. It just feels as if Maxime's the one playing. The only trump that I see in Black's position right now is the b file, David. There's a rook in b8. Is there a way to try to double up on that, try and infiltrate with your queens? I would love to get the queens off the board. Ideas like, well, I was going to say queen b6, queen b3. Instead, he improves the position of his knight, attacking e4, knight d5, queen b7, queen b3. Try to get your pieces into the open file and target those queenside pawns.
Great call, Tanya. You need to look for counterplay. I think that's a really instructive point you just made. You cannot just sit and suffer in silence, because the opponent will slowly keep improving their position and get to the point where a knockout is inevitable. You have to keep the opponent on their guard. And queen b3 was such a big threat, infiltrating, trading off queens, kind of eliminating all danger, that White's knight has had to step back to cover that square. So the White knight never landing on f5 anymore. And actually, maybe I underestimated the strength of Black's knight on d6, keeping this White knight honest on d2, and maybe even trading off that knight now. Yes, it's one beautiful piece on d5 for White, but the rest of White's pieces have not improved over the last few turns. So Magnus fighting back. It's cost him a lot of time on the clock, under 3 minutes, but really instructive to see how the world's best player in a really difficult position tries to wriggle free and extricate himself.
Knight d2 just stops any of those queen penetrating squares and offering of trades. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has made his intentions clear. He is going for the king, queen g4, and Magnus trying to trade off. I don't believe he'll trade queens, and I say that, and the computer points out it's the absolute best move in the position. I would love to see a queen g3, f4 on the board. David, break this down to us. Why does the computer like queen takes c8 so much?
I think it's just because it's the kind of a lucky moment. I agree, Tanya. Strategically, you never want to trade queens. You want to attack. White was actually setting up some nasty knight f6 check attacking ideas against the Black King lacking defenders. So I think he's going to keep the queens on Vachier-Lagrave. But the key in this moment, if we do a quick jump in, queen takes queen. The Black rook cannot take. This would walk into an elementary fork. You lose material here. The rook's sitting awkwardly. So you have to take with your knight. But here, oh, wow. I didn't spot it myself initially, so I had to check with the computer. And this is not going to be found. Oh, wait, it has been found, Vachier-Lagrave. Incredible stuff. Bishop to d8. He did take queens and bishop to d8. Is this going to win material, Tanya? I think it's maybe just a positional advantage. The knight is forced back. And when it retreats, White will drop his bishop back. And look how beautiful these knights have become now. c4 outpost, d5 outpost, domination. So strong, Vachier-Lagrave.
It is on the board. Look at our live board. Maxime has played all these moves. He's played the most accurate sequence of move here. He's dominating this endgame right now. Knight to c7, f6 played that e5 had to be defended. Incredible play by Maxime. He now takes more space on the queen side. David, if Magnus Carlsen was playing with the white pieces, I think many of us would just predict the result right now. Maxime still has to finish this job against perhaps the hardest player, the most resilient, the most resourceful player, the endgame maestro himself. What are the chances of him getting the job done from this dominating position?
Ooh, I would say he's got decent chances, but Magnus over this last couple of moves, like you said, Tanya, wriggling free. The Black Knight now sitting on a nice post on b5, keeping the White Knight tied down to the c3 pawn. It's such a bind that I see Vachier-Lagrave winning this the majority of the time. It's just hard for Black to move simply. A beautiful bishop on an outpost, beautiful knight on an outpost, another huge square in the center on d5. But the question is, can you crack the fortress? Do you have to take risks and kind of push in the king side a bit later? Expand over there. He's trying to now conquer the d file. Sorry, my wonky arrows there. But yeah, he's trying to conquer the d file. If he gets in, it's over. But for now, Magnus is holding all the key squares. This is just such beautiful play, Tanya. That bishop to d8, that would take me an hour to spot. Maxime saw it in a second. That is another level.
And you have to spot it before you trade the queens on c8 because you're letting go of a big part of your advantage. And bishop d8 is just so difficult to visually imagine your bishop landing on that square, which is initially occupied by the black queen. And then also the follow-up, bishop c7, bringing the knights to the light square. And now that he's placed his pieces, maximized his pieces, placed them on beautiful squares, he's expanding on the king side, another idea that you alluded to. And I love what the computer is pointing out because this time it's actually understandable, David. You have the space, you have an idea of f4, you want to keep as many pieces on the board. What happens to knight takes pawn? Because I just spotted there's a pawn hanging.
Yeah, and that was my first instinct as well. Luckily for white, there's a huge fork on the d6 square. So the black knight cannot actually move away. It has to cover d6. So this pawn is poisoned. Knight to d6 would win one of the black rooks, and white would end up a piece to the good. So yeah, knight e3, infiltration. Ugh. Rook to d7, rook to d8 even. The black king struggling here. The black pieces. Look how bad this bishop is. This is a classic case of good knights versus bad bishop. The black bishop is the worst piece by far. And again, the computer says one move is better than the others. And this one, Tanya, may be more difficult because you're trading off one of your best pieces. Knight to d6, check, not found. And okay, Magnus may be breathing a sigh of relief. He keeps fighting. Now he's going to try and block that d-file on the d6 square. Oh, so resourceful, Magnus, but down to 1 minute. Vachier-Lagrave still feels like he's dominant, in control. It's his to mess up this position.
I don't think I would say this for anyone, but when it's Magnus playing with black, I'll still say that this is a game for all three results. Despite Maxime having the better pieces, having the control on the d-file, that knight on c4, all the light squares the knights are jumping to, now that Magnus has taken care of all these immediate threats and forks, that knight on b5 and c3 pawn, it's still game on. But David, touching the 1 minute mark, playing on a touchpad, how much of a challenge is this going to be for Magnus from a practical perspective of making moves with seconds on the clock?
It's going to be tough. I mean, he's managed it so far. Magnus has survived a really ugly position, and he's still fighting strong. So I wouldn't put it past him. He's well known as a great bullet player among his many, many other talents, but really difficult for Magnus. Okay, he's coordinated though. Knight to d6 is a huge gain for black. He's plugged the d-file. Maybe we can just temporarily zoom out and go to the other game, or at least check out developments there, Tanya, because we're in a time scramble. Both players under 40 seconds in that clash between Duda and Firouzja. And unless I'm miscounting, it looks like Duda has grabbed a couple of extra pawns. He's 2 pawns up and maybe moving on to a victory in this game.
Took me a while to do the math, but it is 2 pawns up. But that queen, it's being chased down and up the board. Rook a7, the computer again giving a helping hand. Now safe on the f4 square. I am not seeing enough compensation here for black. That knight on c3, jumping, creating threats, but it all feels like one move ideas. The rook from c1, though, needs to move. Can you stay connected to the c4 pawn? He does. Rook c2 on the board. Is there rook b8 here? Rook b8 check.
Tanya, I think that's just winning. I think a great spot. We saw the eval bar, which was a bit of a clue, but rook b8 would have won on the spot because the black king would have been forced out into some checks. But instead, he's banking everything on his c-pawn. And, ooh, the queen almost trapped. Duda reacting. 12 seconds. The white queen has no squares. He has to give a check with his rook.
The square?
He has to bank on his c-pawn.
It's coming up. He does take the rook. It's a bad idea. Can black try to actually create a checkmating attack? David, Jan Krzysztof Duda needs to be careful with that king on g1. Queen g4, queen f3 would be checkmate on g2. There's no time on the clock. Both players under 5 seconds.
Wow, 1 second, and he's blundered Duda. He's just gone from winning to losing in one move. The black queen was getting in suddenly, and now this is just madness, mayhem. Both sides, it's just blunderfest. F2, check. It's going to be black who delivers the mate. He's going to make a new queen. Game over. Look at Duda.
Can't believe it. He had it. He was up 2 pawns. He was completely winning. He was winning in a million different ways. And Alireza Firouzja once again does it. He's so resourceful, so tricky. Duda cannot believe it.
He's the bullet chess champion for a reason, Firouzja. He's one of the most informed players. So quick on the mouse, so quick with a speed of thought. Duda head in hands. He'll have to recover. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen has to recover from a really difficult position. 20 seconds. Oh, wow. I'm still seeing Duda on the other camera. He is devastated. But Tanya, here, it looks like Vachier-Lagrave is on the brink of victory. This beautiful passed e-pawn. If he can keep it alive, it's over. What does he play? Is it... Oh, he cannot move his rook, or can he? This pawn on c3 is hanging. He's trying to cash in now, Maxime. Ooh.
And he's
Rook
relying
G1.
against knight c3 fork, rook g1. That's a nice move, David, because you really want to keep that f pawn connected to the e pawn. Now he saves the c3 pawn. Everything under control, even if it's not winning immediately. This position has to be a long-term win for white with that pawn on e6 still alive.
This is a monster pawn, and Magnus just resigns. He doesn't even try to keep fighting, despite the fact Maxime Vachier-Lagrave only had 12 seconds on the clock. We see Magnus there on his touch screen. Yeah, I think not believing in his speed there, but it was a hopeless position. This was, I've got to say, Tanya, a positional masterclass from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave keeps on doing the impossible against Magnus Carlsen. He comes back, strikes back, bounces back immediately in game 2 to level the score. That's 1-1 between Magnus and Maxime. Meanwhile, an absolute roller coaster of a game between Alireza and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda with a completely winning position. And then just a move and a total turnaround. David, what a round it's been. And there are so many big moments, and I would love it if you can just slow it all down for us and break down the action that we just witnessed.
I'll attempt to do just that, Tanya, and we will focus on that game between Duda and Firouzja. It was just mayhem on the board. It was crazy. And it all started in this position. Duda was 2 pawns up. His queen, however, is lacking squares, almost trapped, and more importantly, he had no time on the clock. If he had more than a couple of minutes, however, he would surely have spotted that in this position, he can eke out a square for his queen. He can give a check. The blue arrow appears the only winning move for white. The idea being that if the king moves, now you've carved out c7 for your queen. You're threatening to come in with some nasty checkmates. This would have been over instantly. If, however, rook takes rook, then you gain time by attacking this rook in the corner, trying to make a new queen. And again, c7 has been created. Instead, we saw some crazy stuff happen. Rook takes a8. Still a good move, but not the best. And after pawn takes queen, we saw a check. And Black's queen coming in scared Duda here so much that he self-destructed. He needed to stay calm. Rook takes a2, and if the black queen does come in, threatening checkmate in 1, threatening, as you said, Tanya, queen coming into g2, only now pawn to f3. And by creating a barrier with your 2 rooks, you ensure that your pawns should decide this game. This is not easy, however, with no time on the clock, and instead, f3, a disaster. Pawn to f3, allowing e takes, and the black queen coming in via a new angle. We saw the end of this game happen in such kind of crazy style. c7, knight takes rook. Now, more importantly, the queening square is covered, and ultimately it was black who promoted after e2 check, made a second queen, and this is where the game ended. Checkmate would have been next move. Crazy, just insane stuff here at the CrunchLabs Masters.
I'm still reeling in from everything that we witnessed today, David. And if there's one takeaway that I have so far is that never give up. We saw that in the Jan Neppomniachtchi and Rekin match earlier on, where Jan turned it around in one move with a brilliancy. Queen takes pawn, sacrificing his queen. And in this one, Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning the game, but Alireza finishes it off with two queens and a checkmate on the board. Jan-Krzysztof Duda needs to step it up. Only 2 games are remaining. And chat, if you're as inspired as we are with all the chess that we're seeing in this summer, you want to kick your game up a notch, there is a 50% off premium membership, including a very cool 7-day free trial. That means unlimited game reviews, unlimited puzzles, there are lessons, and so much more. Plus, an easy, breezy, ad-free experience for your beachside chess game. Because let's admit it, why do we all go to the beach to play some chess? Well, there's no code needed. Anyone with a basic membership can claim this offer. Use the command SUMMER or visit go.chess.com/summer offer now for the 50% off and all the details. Well, we're 50% through the halfway mark in the winners bracket. There are 2 more big games coming up. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has leveled the score. Jan Krzysztof Duda needs to level the score. We'll be back with more.
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
He felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay.
Do you have a Lee Chess account?
Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million?
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. Do you think cheating is being taken seriously in over-the-board chess? Seriously enough?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think the online cheating paranoia is overblown or appropriate?
Tough question. The answer is somewhere in the middle. It's not being taken seriously enough, but there's also too much paranoia.
He's telling the truth.
So let's talk a little bit about that, even though we're moving the pieces. When you say that more could be done, do you have a specific list for Chess.com?
A specific list. I mean, I think there should be a way to look at the performances of players who are not, say, up-and-coming kids specifically. And when you see certain players being defeated consistently, like Nepo or myself or Fabiano, I just think over our careers of having played chess, it seems that sometimes it's happening more frequently than it should, is what I would say. And I don't know how you deal with that, but I do believe it's happening more than it should.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Do you ever sing in the shower?
Not anymore, no.
True.
Are you really worth $50 million?
No.
I don't know. He's made a lot of money on stocks. He might be lying.
Lying.
He's lying. Okay. No, all right. Well, are you the best streamer in the world?
Yes.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. I guess I didn't clarify chess streamer.
Exactly.
I should have clarified chess streamer. Okay. Are you the best chess streamer?
Yes.
Yes, with some ambiguity.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of context then. All right. I'll let you make a few more moves.
Sure.
I kind of need you to get a good position against me, or it's going to go forever. Okay.
I have this feeling this is not going well. It's making me wonder if I should become a career criminal now.
Okay.
Now we got 2 big games coming up in the winners bracket. David, my first question, with all the action that we've seen, the form that the players are bringing on the board, do we get an Armageddon in either of these 2 games?
I don't know if we get one, Tanya, but I want one. I want more wildness. I want more chaos. I want more time scrambles, whatever we just saw in that last round. And it definitely feels like the players have brought all of their energy. So I think they wouldn't be too averse to going the extra mile and getting that Armageddon. Either way, we saw that comeback from Vachier-Lagrave, and I think that might be the most likely match if we get there.
So impressive that was. And I think his body language told us so much that these are exactly the kind of positions that he wants to get, where he feels he can have a shot, a chance at taking down Magnus. And he managed to do it in game 2. The score is level in that one. Meanwhile, for Alireza Firouzja, he's taken his lead. And what a comeback victory that was from what seemed like a dead lost position. And Jan Krzysztof Duda now has to win a game. David, how much of a mental battle is that once again coming out, knowing that you had it in your hand and you let it slip away?
It's going to be tough. We saw it earlier in the losers bracket with Dmitry Andreikin. One accurate move away from victory, and he let it slip, and there was a full 360, full turnaround. He lost that one with white, just as Duda did here. However, Duda has 2 games now to bounce back. He needs to avoid a time scramble, Tanya. It feels like Firouzja just bamboozles his opponents anytime the clocks tick down. So the best bet is to keep some extra time as a safety net for when the chaos inevitably happens. Firouzja, just impressive, I think, in terms of brain speed, just the fastest in the planet right now.
Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen will start with the white pieces. A big game 3 coming up in the winners bracket. And Alireza looks like he's very ready to go for this one. David, what are you expecting? What are your move 1 predictions this time?
Well, he's ready. I'm not sure Duda's ready at the moment. I'm going to say e4, more of the same, the Italian game. It feels like he didn't achieve too much there last time, but why switch things up? Why take a risk when you're already in the lead? So just kind of stick to what you know best. How about yourself, Tanya? Predictions?
I think, you know what? I'm going to say it's not going to be an e4. It's hard to say what it will be. And the reason is, I think, exactly what you said, right? Game 1 just felt as if Duda sorted his problems out, neutralized everything out of the opening without too much. We saw an exchange sacrifice and an exciting game. We're going to find out in just a few moments. Okay, I'm going to pick a move. Let's say he's going to go with d4. I picked the queen spawn opening. Let's see what Alireza Firouzja decides to go with. e4 is, of course, his mainstay. It was a safe pick for you, David.
Oh, moment of truth. And yeah, I took the easy way out there. Sorry, Tanya. I got there first. I was lucky. I'll let you predict first next time. But it might be a question of whether Duda repeats. Is he happy to enter the Italian game?
Question.
Ooh, he gambles Sicilian defense. He is a point down, but if he loses with black here, he's out of this match, and Firouzja takes the win. So bishop b5 check. And okay, a trendy variation, I've got to say. Tanya, what are your thoughts on this slight change up in plotline?
Yeah, a Rossalima on the board with the bishop b5 check. So no open Sicilian. I will admit that I was very excited and happy to see a c5, an e4 c5 appear finally in the winner's bracket. And then we've got now knight f6. And David, in these kind of positions, it's about where do you develop your bishop as black. Duda is making his intentions clear. He wants to play bishop b7, go shock castle, and then perhaps try to strike in the center. But I'm expecting d4 to happen any moment. The question, does Firouzja prepare it with c3 or do it right now?
Yeah, it's a big stylistic choice. The classical players might play c3 to try and build a big pawn center, but this is equally viable, Tanya, as you predicted. A trade of pawns in the center likely, and white can try to establish a Maroczy bind. So a pawn on c4 in conjunction with the pawn on e4 would hold back most of black's pawn advances. You control the d5, b5, f5 squares, and black often struggles slightly for space. So big decision, rook c8. This is still very trendy stuff. A good friend of mine, Ravi Harrier, an English grandmaster, wrote a book and mentioned this position as kind of one of the key ideas here for white. So yet to be seen who the better prepared player is. Either way, I like the fact we're seeing a new opening, a Sicilian, and Firouzja still in control, but we'll have to answer some different questions this time, Tanya.
Meraxi setup by Alireza, e4, c4, as you pointed out, we see it in many, many different Sicilians as well. The whole concept is to take away the breaks that black aims for, whether it's a d5 pawn break or a b5 pawn break, before you start developing your queenside pieces. As this one, and wow, okay, Alireza does take a decision. He goes with the idea of putting a fan shadowing his own bishop to b2, putting it on what looks like a really nice diagonal on the next move. So for Duda, decisions to be made about what his plan will be. Very often in the middle game, in these positions, black needs to strike in the center. You want to either go b5, lashing out on the c4 pawn, or try and get a d5 break in. David, a good moment to zoom out as this one develops to be a feisty middle game, and head over to our other matchup, which has been leveled in a game 2 as Maxime took the last win. And once again, we've got a Spanish on the board.
Yeah, let's jump over. Let's zoom out of this position and check out early developments between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah, I'm surprised. I've got to say, again, players switching up their openings, not sticking to what's worked successfully before, just trying to keep their opponents guessing. And Magnus opening with e4 this time. Previously, a queen's pawn opening gave him success in his white game against Vachier-Lagrave, and yeah, it looks like a Roy Lopez Spanish, but actually it's a Sicilian defense, and now it's kind of morphed into a French defense with black now having this pawn chain, white having more space, but beautiful square for the black knight in the center of the board. Also, launch pads b4, a5 for the black knight. I've got to say, I'm not a big fan of the French defense, Tanya, but this might be the best French I've ever seen.
I don't know. Was it Magnus who said even a good French is still a French?
Yeah, he's not normally a fan, I guess, hence why he's playing this position with white. Vachier-Lagrave, though, the Frenchman, playing almost a French defense pretty much here. So, yeah, I think I'd prefer black. How about you?
Well, I do like that knight on e4, but meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen decides to challenge that exact same piece. And this last move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave aims at taking away the c2 square, where the white bishop could have landed, putting more pressure on that central e4 knight. Bishop c2 stop. And we do have some moves coming in as Magnus decides to trade the pawn on b5. Pawn takes pawn on the board. Surprisingly, Maxime takes a pause. I don't really see an intermediate move. Pawn takes pawn feels like the reaction that you would make in seconds. Why on earth is Maxime thinking right now? Well, eventually he does go for it, a quick trade on a8. To me, it looks like Maxime doesn't have any reasons to be worried out of this opening outcome that we're seeing. The knight on e4 looking good, the knight on b4 looking good, taking away, dominating that bishop on b3. The queen on a8 on an open line can look at infiltrating at the right moment. The rook from f8 can now come into the game. There's another open line. Hello to the c file, rook c8, always on the cards. David, I agree with you. Whether this came from a Spanish or a Sicilian or a French, it's looking good for the Frenchman.
That's right. And these days, that's the problem with modern chess, or maybe it's the beauty of modern chess, the fact that you have to know everything. You have to know all these different types of pawn structures. All the top players, they're so well versed in kind of when to transform a pawn structure, when to kind of go into something they might know a bit better. When in doubt, play h4. That's the motto. And Magnus did that, hinting that he might leap a knight forward to g5. Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman playing the French now, has shut that down with h6. But this is a bit of a hook, Tanya. I could definitely imagine a sacrifice at some point on that square later, just to kind of just drag the black king out into the open. And knight h5, he's setting up bishop takes, followed by a queen slide over to h6. Or maybe if the white queen ever lands on g4, suddenly maybe we underestimated the danger here for black.
And the queen is coming to g4 really quickly. Knight h2, queen g4 ideas are always on the cards. So be careful. And has the queen on 8 now, suddenly the knight on b4, the two pieces I was singing a praise to, are they a bit offside to actually come to the aid of the black king? How does Magnus do this? He's just created something out of nowhere. Two moves, and we're worried about Maxime's king.
That's the tricky thing with commentary, right, Tanya? It looks so innocuous, Black's position, but one careless move, creating a weakness, touching a pawn on the side he's weaker, Vachier-Lagrave, and suddenly he could be paying a heavy, heavy price. And I think as well, you know that moment where you said, what is he thinking about? Why is he kind of hesitating from recapturing that pawn on b5? Maybe he should have at least given up that pawn because it gets in the way. If the black bishop, for example, were on a6, it could zoom into d3, and knight could have landed on d3. Maybe he needed more open lines rather than material equality. And here, Magnus, if he's ever able to land a queen on g4, this might just be lights out. Still tough to achieve. Vachier-Lagrave now is actually threatening. Rook takes bishop on c1, followed by a knight check, knight fork even, on d3. Trading off pieces, so Magnus steps out of that forking idea, and yeah, still danger ahead. No clear signs of improvement for the black pieces, Tanya.
Maxime's really good at finding counterplay, and I think we're going to see that how he does it, because it also feels as though Black has done nothing wrong with his position. He's not made any weakening moves. There has to be a way to keep everything under control, especially considering that Black's queen is on the a file, the rook on the c8, the piece activity looking so good. Magnus needs 2 moves for the attack to come to fruition. Where is Maxime's counterplay? David, I'm looking at some ideas which involve knight jump, placing the queen at an active square. I don't know how exactly you do it. Queen to... It's really tough. Help me here.
Yeah, it's hard. I wish I could help. I mean, 2 ideas come to my mind. One, like you said, kind of rerouting the queen, not necessarily to go active, maybe more to go passive, just to kind of slide her back and defend. Another idea, rook c7. Oh, he does play queen a5. I was going to say move the rook and then slide the black queen across.
I love it. And you know what, David? It also comes with a threat. Now, white cannot reroute the knight and get the queen to g4 because there are tactics against the rook on e1. So yes, queen d8 is on the cards, but queen a5 is also prophylactic against knight h2 because of the jump that you're highlighting, knight b3 coming in.
Yeah, X-ray vision here, the queen indirectly hitting this white rook. So really, really clever. And wow. Top players, we talk about prophylaxis, just planning in advance for things that could happen some hypothetical day. And Magnus plays an undeveloping move, putting the white rook back where it came from about 10 moves ago. And he does that to park it on a safe square. Now his queen is relieved of her defensive duties. The white knight will step back. The queen will indeed leap forward. And that is literally the definition of chess class, Tanya. Rook to f1. Who even cares about developing pieces? It's all about focusing in on your ideas while stopping your opponent's counterplay. Impressive by both players, I've got to say.
A samurai knows when to undevelop the piece. I mean, rook to f1 is such a classy move by Magnus. You put it on a less active square, but simply preempting Black's threats. You stop those, and then you want to do what you came to do after h4, knight h5, which is to get that queen to g4. Does Maxime have the time to go for the plan that you were hinting at? Can he target the h4 pawn? Has that been played, or is that you analyzing it, David? Which one?
I was about to analyze it, but that is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He beat me to it. He's quicker than me, and he is indeed hitting this pawn. He's parked his queen back on d8. We talked in the earlier game featuring Neppomniachtchi how when your queen is so far divorced from her king, often your defenses collapse. You need a queen to defend, to hold everything together. So a queen on f8 might well be the best home for it, sad as it may seem, a defensive square, but holding all the important defensive points. In the meantime, gaining a tempo, I would say. I'm expecting pawn to g3 here from Magnus Carlsen. I don't see any reason to gamble to give that pawn up. g3 looks like the way forward, but Black at least has bought himself a bit of time here, Tanya. What do you make of this? Are you still of the belief that Vachier-Lagrave is finding all the right resources to stay in the game?
I'm not going to lie, I like that queen better on a8 on the open file than I do on d8, but I think it was the need of the hour. He had to do it. He had to get the queen to the defense. And I agree with you that now with the queen on d8 lined up with the bishop, knight h2, bishop takes pawn might just be a threat that you have to be careful about, because eventually that bishop is defended when the queen does land on g4. I don't believe Magnus will go for these ideas. He might take the cautious approach that you're pointing out. A move like g3, it's the same as playing rook to f1, right? because then next you anyway want to go knight h2, queen g4. So yes, Maxime's delaying it, but is he just delaying the inevitable? How do you keep fighting this threat after g3?
Yeah, it's not clear. It's not obvious. I guess at least the black queen could land on f8. A king could slide into h8 once the white queen comes out to her attacking post on g4. But it is very, very passive. One idea that comes to mind, Tanya, and it's a bit of an odd one, but king to h8, queen to g8, queen out to h7, and activate the black queen this way. I've seen stranger things happen. So Magnus just weighing up whether he has to go for the attack now or whether a slow move like g3 would give black enough time to kind of reorganize the defenses. Often time is a bit of a luxury in chess, so Magnus just deciding now whether he has that luxury or not. What are you predicting here?
I would love to see that plan that you just pointed out being played out. King h8, queen g8. That is some super GM level maneuvering to activate your queen. And once again, let's highlight how that bishop on b3 currently is dominated by Maxime. The knight on b4, the rook on c8, it takes away the c2 square from the bishop. The pawn chain in the center of the board, denying any activity. That bishop is a bit of a dead piece that unfortunately where it really wants to be is the b1 to h7 diagonal. By the way, step 1 on the board, g3 has been played. Will Maxime go with David's idea of king h8, queen g8? It looks really pretty once you show it, David. It would not have been on my mind in about 10 years. It's just amazing.
I think it's just too kind of just too weird, too wacky, too wonderful, this idea. It just takes too long as well. The reason I suggest this actually is because black has one big bad problem piece. The problem child of the position is this bishop and first step, king h8. But this black bishop... Sorry, go on, Tanya.
I was just going to say, David, you should be there playing, but then I'm just glad you're here commentating with me instead. So it's fine. By the way, the game is being played out as we are calling it. Knight h2 on the board. Moment of truth. Is Maxime going to play queen to g8? Oh my God.
Of course he does. Of course. Thanks, Maxime. We're so in sync. I've known him since we were kids, and he's showing that he knows his stuff right now. I'm not saying it's a good look at the white bar slide up. So probably not the best, Tanya. But yeah, a nice, cool, quirky idea from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And a key point as well, being that the black knight is actually trapped in the center of the board. After pawn to f3, the black knight has no squares. But the queen on g8 allows g6. And if we see a transformation there, the black queen does line up with the white king. So if things open up, maybe it wouldn't be necessarily in white's favor. So dual purpose move. But here we see the blue arrow. Knight g4, still good for white. It looks objectively.
I'm still getting over this maneuver. It is just so instructive. The queen was on an open file on a8, and it might look like from queen to a8 in 5 moves, Maxime has managed to get it to g8, where it's just not doing anything at all. By the way, a move has been played, king to g2, and look at the move the computer is pointing at. That is stunning. And it's all to open up the problem piece in the position, David. Knight to c5, take my knight, allow d4. That bishop will not be the problem piece. It will be the problem piece for Magnus Carlsen if that happens.
He needs to find it, Vachier-Lagrave. If he doesn't, he's losing. Pawn to f3 next move will just trap this black knight. And that's game over. You lose a piece. It will be too late once the pawn lands on f3 because the diagonal is blocked. So Vachier-Lagrave walking a tightrope here. He's frowning, Tanya, head in hand, scratching his head. I think he might have seen it. Knight c5 gets the knight out. It targets this bishop. And like you said, that knight is pretty much poisoned because if the black bishop ever opens up, that is deadly for the white king. Let's jump in, actually show this on the board very quickly. This is a key moment in this clash.
He's reaching out. David, he's about to make a move.
He's played it.
He does it!
And we're going to see a shake of the head from Magnus Carlsen now. Tanya, a crazy move in this crazy match.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is really playing to his strengths. These are the kind of moves that he finds. David, but how incredible is it? He finds this positional strategic maneuver, king h8, queen g8, and then this idea of knight c5 based on tactics. That bishop on b3 doesn't have too many squares. It's a stunner. It's an absolute stunner.
Yeah, and once that bishop is removed from the board, watch out for the black queen. She's coming in. She is getting in on the diagonal. This is all part of a strategic master plan. It needed a helping hand. Magnus's king to g2 was clumsy. It was a real mistake, allowing the black knight to get out of its trapped square in the center. And just to show everyone at home, pawn takes knight allows a discovery. I was going to say just a decisive discovery as well. But maybe white can survive here. This check just looks too scary to contemplate. I guess the white king can move, and maybe the white queen coming in is the justification here with a fork. But the tables have turned. This is not one-way traffic anymore. E2, I mean, you don't really want to embark on all this kind of chaos for Magnus, who was in control for so long. But if you don't take this knight, what else? You might just be outplayed if you allow the black knight to capture on b3 and allow the black queen in along this beautiful new diagonal. This is just, I mean, top level chess, Tanya. They're showing us so many creative ideas. Every single move is, yeah, just a joy to behold. And this is just rapid chess. Incredible.
And this is what sets these players apart, right? Even with little time on their clock, their accuracy, their ability to find these brilliancies, it's just so close to their classical level chess. It's incredible to see this happen. David, I'm looking at this position. It relies on the idea pawn takes knight, d5 goes forward. And he goes for it. I was thinking, can you take the 8-6 pawn before going for this? None of that. It looks like Magnus has calculated all the way through because we see the moves coming in fast and quick. That's a double attack on the two bishops.
Yeah, a double hit. They are pretty much forked here, the bishops. I would love to play the move e2. I'm not exactly sure why. It just feels like it's nice to throw in an intermezzo just to show that you know the idea of Zwischenzug to your opponent, like that in-between move. But there is one way to save this bishop. You can counterattack. Loose pieces drop off, and this bishop has been loose for a while now on b3. You can go for that piece, and if there's ever a trade, the black knight will come back and defend on c5. But Vachier-Lagrave, he's going to be looking at different ideas, more forceful ideas, because he loves to solve his problems, not just by reacting to the opponent, but by playing on the front foot, by being dynamic. Tanya, this one has just exploded. It was blocked for so long, all about maneuvering. Now we're talking pure tactics.
And he does go for the idea, not giving Magnus the opportunity to actually pick up that pawn on e3, which would have been the case had bishop d5 been played first. So he decides to trade afterwards. But now rook takes pawn, but the white queen is the white queen in trouble? You just take the c5 pawn. Rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn. And I'm looking at that queen on d7, which looks like a great piece, but always watch out because rook c7 in some positions, once you defend the b5 pawn, might end up trapping it. Magnus doesn't give the c5 pawn. He defends it, says, I'm going to keep my pawn defended. Who's going to save the e2 pawn?
Wow, nobody's saving the e2 pawn, but Magnus now in big trouble objectively. If Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays the move queen to e8, the blue arrow appears. Tanya, I'm on your side here. I want to just trap this white queen. I don't want to trade her off. But apparently this is best because long term, black will grab this b4 pawn, which will soon be followed by the c5 pawn. And black will actually be a pawn up in the endgame. In the meantime, a result in the other clash between Firouzja and Duda, that did end in a draw, Tanya. So a very fair result. We apologize to everyone for not following that one. But this game is chaos and Vachier-Lagrave finds the best move.
Again and again and again. He just keeps doing it. Queen e8. And David, you're pointing out that those queenside pawns of Magnus, the b4 and the c5 pawn, and there's something going on. I think Magnus, all right, looks like everything's under control. Maybe it's just the position that's out of control for him.
Yeah, Magnus just regretting playing that one move, king to g2, allowing Vachier-Lagrave back in. Now Magnus is a clear pawn down. Look at him on the camera. He looks so upset with himself. Understandably so. Now the white knight, which were on the H file, poised for attack, they're having to spend 2-3 moves just trying to get back into the game. And Tanya, it's hard to imagine black not winning this. The b5 pawn is such a huge ace up your sleeve. And a bit of an odd retreat there, I've got to say, from Vachier-Lagrave, allowing the white rook in. I'm not sure what that idea is all about. But yeah, once you move the black knight, push the b4 pawn forward, it should still be winning.
Well, the one counterplay that Magnus is relying on at some point is to Either hit the b pawn with the rook on b7 or hit the knight on c6 with rook to c7. For example, a move like rook b8 runs into ideas of rook c7 hitting the knight. David, is black still keeping the pressure because you have to push the b pawn? Rook b7 stops it for the time being, b4, but are you getting ahead?
Yeah, you might need some preparation in order to push this pawn any further. It's really well guarded, but as you said, this construction of the knight and bishop is really loose, hanging by a thread. So what black needs to do, as all endgame players should do, is centralize the king. Here we go, Vachier-Lagrave, a great endgame player. He's going to push his king even further towards the center, control his bishop, free up his knight, and once the king is more centralized as well, white can't do anything against that. Then the black rook is free, then the black knight is free. And the e5 pawn also weak, Tanya. Yeah, I think in a classical game, Vachier-Lagrave wins this 9 times out of 10. But the only thing is the clock. Will that give Magnus a kind of source of hope here?
Both players under a minute. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to show technique. The position is winning for him. He has this extra pawn. But can he finish the job in this endgame? And it's not going to be easy. Magnus is going to make the task as difficult as possible. Right now, Maxime hitting that knight on d3, that doesn't have too many pleasant squares. So Maxime has activated his rook. The other knight falls back to e1. It feels like the position's getting more passive. The rook trade being offered here? David, do you approve of that? I see you weren't sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm not a huge fan of this last move from Magnus. I think it was a bit of panic about the b-pawn. But if the white king is able to run on over now, and as it does, it runs towards the center, maybe white can set up knights to simply blockade on the light squares. Unfortunately, it looks like the black king is just slightly too quick. It looks like Magnus just needed one extra move to get his king across to block and obtain the opposition. But Magnus's king too far away, and 6 seconds on the clock. Tanya, he's playing on this touch screen with no time. It's going to be so difficult to keep pace.
And a very difficult endgame to boot as well. You're playing down a pawn. Now black's king joins that party on the queen side to assist the pawn to advance. King a4, idea b3, and Magnus wants to get the king to c4 to defend it. He just cannot allow the b pawn moving forward. Maxime rerouting the bishop to a better diagonal. David, playing on seconds, it still requires work.
Requires a lot of work, and to Vachier-Lagrave, he's asking the questions with the speed. Magnus looks so cool, calm and collected, considering he's living life on the edge here. He's about to most likely lose a knight for the b4 pawn. The black knight can actually just come back and trade itself off for the blockader, but instead, Maxime's going hunting for white pawns. He's allowing some counterplay. I'm not convinced, Tanya, here by Vachier-Lagrave's technique, but it still looks under control. He's going for this h5 pawn now, maybe with a check.
And that is the one counterplay that Magnus has, is on the king side, that h-pawn. Knight g3, knight h5. But he slows down because you have to be careful. There are ideas like king f3, king g4 that perhaps could have trapped that knight on the edge of the board. Maxime calculates it. He trades, puts the bishop to attack, forces Magnus to trade off these, and that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Unbelievable. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 wins in a row, takes a lead. Magnus Carlsen has to win the final rapid game in demand. David, what happened there at the end?
Yeah, Magnus just kind of accepting his fate quite timidly there, you've got to say. He wasn't able to set up that fortress, wasn't able to hold against the might of black's extra pawn and the black minor pieces, and we have leaders in both of our winner semifinals now in Division 1. Great game, though, from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was top level chess. Once he spotted knight c5, he never looked back, never gave Magnus a chance.
Just incredible momentum. You lose the first game to Magnus, and the style in which Magnus won that game, dominating it from the opening with the white pieces and a flawless endgame. And then the Frenchman immediately bounces back and then takes the lead in his match. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja keeps the lead in his match against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda and Magnus have to win the final 4th rapid game to take it into Armageddon. David, the form that Maxime is bringing in today, it's usually, I would say that Magnus would still be a favorite to take this to Armageddon, but I don't know if that's happening now. Maxime's just, his chess is from another planet right now. The game that we just saw, the maneuvers that you pointed out that we saw on the board, knight c5, king h8, queen g8, so many brilliant moves. You have to take us through this action, what we just witnessed. It's one of the absolute masterclasses by Maxime.
Definitely. From a difficult position as well. And let's jump in to show that critical moment when everything turned around. Magnus Carlsen lost control from a promising position. Here we see the middle game. Look at the eval bar. White has a big advantage objectively, and that's due purely to the fact that the black knight in the center is trapped. It has no escape squares, nowhere to retreat. At the right moment, you will kick it and win this piece. You don't want to rush. Pawn to f3 here would have allowed black to counterattack with g6, and we suddenly see the genius behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's maneuver with the queen staring opposite the king. This position would explode, and black suddenly would have some big threats in the position. Instead, however, the key move, instead of f3, knight to g4, stopping g6, because now this pawn would be attacked if the black g pawn ever moves, and you prepare the very calm king to h2, defending this pawn. Only then f3 will win the black knight in the center. You had to slow play it. Black is almost powerless to avoid this plan. Instead, however, if we go back to the game, Magnus carelessly put his king on a vulnerable square, king to g2, and knight c5, got the knight out of dodge, out of the frying pan there, and this diagonal, once it opened up, once the knight was captured, proved that Magnus's king was simply offside. Material balance still enacted here, and this final key move, bishop to d5, saving the piece, allowed Maxime to stay in the game, later go on and seize control. Magnus didn't know what hit him. That was so deep, so sophisticated, and Vachier-Lagrave deserved his victory.
And so easy to miss, David. When the computer pointed out knight c5 with the blue arrow, both of us were absolutely stunned by that move. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And Maxime playing on just a couple of minutes, spotting these accurate moves, just incredible stuff. And we can see the game accuracy there as well by Maxime, over 90%. Just one of the most beautiful games I have seen with the black pieces in this structure. Strategic play, positional play, and then tactics at the right time. Now, David, Magnus has to win to take it to Armageddon, and he needs to do it with the black pieces this time. Maxime will start with white. What are the chances of this one going down to the wire? I can't remember the last time in the Champions Chess Tour when Magnus was knocked down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, I don't believe it's happened this season, at least. It feels like he's always in the final. Last time losing to Firouzja in the final, but Magnus was the dominant force throughout the tournament, it felt like. And doing it with black against Vachier-Lagrave is maybe one of the hardest asks in chess. Vachier-Lagrave is renowned as being super powerful with the white pieces. With black, maybe a bit predictable. His opening repertoire, easier to target there. But when Vachier-Lagrave has white, especially when he plays e4, nobody has worked out their opening repertoire as firmly, as deeply as the Frenchman. So Magnus has his task cut out. I'm expecting a weird, unorthodox opening, Tanya. What are your predictions? Will we see Armageddon in either of these two? Duda also needing to bounce back.
Well, my first prediction is that Maxime does go with the king's pawn opening with e4. I think Magnus is going to employ the Sicilian. No more e4, e5, as we saw. I think he's going to try to get a game from the beginning. And between these two, for Jan Christoph Duda, he has to get his game as well. Well, he starts with the white pieces. So that's the good news for Duda. He can at least dictate the opening to the kind of positions that he wants to get. David, I think if there's an Armageddon, it'll be in this matchup. Maxime has just shown incredible class and form today. Magnus also having the touchscreen situation. It's really not easy playing on seconds, playing on those last few minutes in complicated positions against a power play opponent like a Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So my prediction, we get one Armageddon, and it's the one between these two on our screens.
Wow, big call, Tanya. Big decision there. But I'm inclined to agree. I definitely understand, especially in view of the way Duda played that last white game. Remember, Duda is behind here, but he had a winning position last time he had white in the English. And it's a different branch of the English opening now transposing to the Queen's Gambit declined. And this attempt at the Tarrasch. But Duda with white will back himself, will try to create his chances. It's imbalanced enough, hard to shut down the game when you have black to force the draw. And what do you make of this choice? Firouzja has employed the Tarrasch a bit of late, but it's a very positional type of opening. Would you say it's a good choice in this key game?
I do. I think it has a very solid repetition, and it's very difficult to crack with white to get some kind of. You have to fight with these strategic advantages, long-term play, like playing against a potential isolated queen spawn. But there are very few ways in which you can get an incredibly complicated battle or too many pieces. We often see early quick trades as well. So given the mat situation, I think it's a pretty smart choice by Alireza to go for this Tarrasch setup. And we see finally a decision by Duda on how he wants to approach it. He wants the Catalan bishop, as I like to call it, in any d4 positions where you place it on the longest diagonal. Once again, we get those positions. David, like I was saying, with the isolated queen spawn, it's going to be a long battle. Will that be a strength for black, or will it be a long-term weakness?
Yeah, we will find out. The D pawn, I'll just mention to everyone, was edible on the last move. You could have actually captured, but that would have led to a lot of theory. Bishop to E6, I believe, was the move there. And this is what they call the Dubov Tarrasch. Dubov may be the player most prone to sacrificing pawns in the opening these days. And this position is actually reached from a Grunfeld defense as well, with colors reversed. So this pawn acts often as a battering ram. It can be weak, but black gets so much activity, so many open lines. I've got to say, I think this is a fantastic choice for Alireza Firouzja, especially because he's likely to have analyzed all of the nuances, all of the variations. I believe rook to E8 and H6 are the two options here. This is barreling fast down a well-known theoretical path, Tanya. That surely is good news for the player who welcomes a draw in this match.
Absolutely. And we see trades happen, an open position. Alireza Firouzja has got a lot of counter chances in this with black. Yes, you've got this d4 pawn. Yes, the bishop and b6 can be picked up. The c5 square is there. But the queen out, the rook coming to e8, the bishop landing on f5. It's just easy play. I agree with you, David. Looks good. Talking about looking good, I don't know if I'll get my prediction of an Armageddon right in this one, but I did get one prediction right, which was a Sicilian in the other game. It at least started as an e4, c5, but once again, we're seeing the structure being transformed, and maybe a good idea to zoom out and take a look, jump into a bird's eye view to see Magnus Carlsen's approach in his must-win game with the black pieces. What do you make of this one?
Wow, it started life as a Sicilian and it has evolved into a French defense pretty much with the light squared bishops traded off. I'm going to say Magnus actually played a slightly unorthodox branch of the Sicilian. I believe it's called the O'Kelly variation. Let's just do a quick action replay for everyone at home to figure out how we got from a Sicilian into this blocked French pawn structure. But e4, c5, knight f3, Magnus played a move that used to be considered a troll move, a meme move, a6, but it's actually a pretty decent weapon just to prevent any bishop b5 check ideas, just to keep all of black's options open in the center. And after c3, we saw the center block itself up after e5. And Magnus makes use of this seemingly kind of innocuous a6 move by using this b5 square to trade off his bad bishop for white's good bishop. So Tanya, the position we're left with, we saw a similar pawn structure in the last game between these two with colors reversed. What do you make of Magnus's chances in his attempts to muddy the waters and try to get that all-important win?
With the light squared bishops off the board, I think that's a key part of these setups, right? That is the problem piece, as you call it, David, in these kind of pawn formations, which also means that the other idea in this position for Magnus is often to put pressure on the d4 pawn. It becomes easier. I'm already eyeing maneuvers like that knight from g8, which has kept its options open to eventually get to e7, to get to f5 with no bishop on this b1, h7 diagonal. It feels like that's a plan, that's a possibility. Magnus starts with bringing his rook into the game. I'm expecting him to take on d4 at a certain moment, and it might be the next move. He does it. Knight e7, and I think we're going to see this knight land on f5. It's a rich position. Magnus wants his chance. He might find it in this kind of a structure.
Yeah, it's worked out really well for Magnus, I've got to say. With those light squared bishops still on the board, as you mentioned, Tanya, black is unable to achieve this. Black is left with one bad piece. A beautiful bishop on d3 would cover both flanks and leave white in charge. In the meantime, I think Magnus has maxed out his chances in this opening. Queen b6, on tap for later, castling. You can imagine the black knight leaping into the position via a5 potentially. First, a decision. Do you trade off white's what we kind of consider classically as the bad bishop, or do you trade off knights here? What would your choice be? Piece trades, you would think, maybe kind of guide white closer to safety, right?
I would, but there has to be a piece trade. You can't really avoid it. And for Magnus, it's impossible to keep the f5 knight. It's such a tough choice because instinctively I want to pick up that bishop on e3, but I also don't want to allow this f pawn towards the center of the board, defending that d4 pawn. And Magnus does take the decision with knight takes bishop.
Commentators curse, Tanya. That's always the way. The players just know what we're saying and they will always do the opposite. But yeah, I actually agree. Like, my instinct was to take this bishop as well, not just because okay, it allows the white pawns nearer the center, but it creates a little bit of imbalance at least. Now it's a bishop versus a knight, and it might not sound like much, but long term, that gives greater winning chances than if it were the same configuration of pieces and a totally symmetrical pawn structure. I do like white's central edifice here. I think that gives great long-term stability, but Magnus at least has imbalanced it slightly. So queen to b6, I don't understand how such a natural move could be given a question mark, but that, I guess, is modern chess for you. And it's still in the balance, I would say, Tanya.
And then Maxime makes the most natural looking move, and that's given across, and the eval bar goes down. I think the chess engines just take a little time to understand top class human chess, and then they adjust their level accordingly. Queen b6, rook c1, you can absolutely not fault this move. David, Magnus's decision to take the bishop in that position, I think, is more guided by the match. He didn't even spend any time in that situation because he knows he needs to create any imbalance that he can get. So the minor piece imbalance, now the knight jumps to b4. He's just provoking the move a3, trying to create some weak squares on the queen side, the light squares, which eventually the queen can penetrate into. Queen b3 on tap when needed. I still like the fact that Maxime has managed with that trade to get that f pawn to the e file, defending that d4 key weakness, a dark square weakness, which otherwise could have been attacked by that bishop as well that Magnus has. But looking healthy for Magnus, but is healthy enough to create winning chances? I would say not in this position.
Yeah, it's a long game, and I think that's what Magnus has to hope for here. If he's going to win this game, it's going to be a 70, 80 move grind. I can't see him winning it tactically in such a balanced position with no real weaknesses for white, especially the white knight. With one knight parked on the d3 square, maybe even coming into c5, it feels like Vachier-Lagrave has full control over all the entry points in the position. You could even imagine a white knight sitting on d3, the other knight sitting on d2, and no entry for the black pieces on the queen side. So if Magnus is going to win this, he's going to have to hope maybe later when the clocks tick down, he gets a sudden opportunity. Maybe this gives us an opportunity, Tanya, to kind of zoom out and check out the other game, which is also a must-win situation for one of the players.
And that player is Jan Krzysztof Duda. He is playing with the white pieces. Yes, he's the player who needs to win, but my first feeling at just looking at this position, I really like it for black. The queen on e5 is nice and centralized. David, I already see that due to the mat situation, Duda has taken some big decisions of putting this h3 g4 pawn structure. Alireza's h-pawn is up the board. I'm looking at ideas of Alireza striking with f5 at the right moment, trying to lash out at these advanced kingside pawns. The e2 pawn currently is under attack. Big problems to solve, according to me. The eval bar says white is doing fine, but the first question is, how are you fighting against queen takes pawn and f5, the two threats that I can spot in the position?
Yeah, I'll add one more, as if white's situation wasn't dire enough. Tanya, bishop c7, lining up on this diagonal. Watch out. A queen infiltration could be really painful. Okay, nice trick from Duda. I'm going to say queen to d2. If queen takes pawn now, white will actually slide a rook across to e1. It's a skewer. We'll quickly jump in and show this. Queen takes pawn would be a decisive blunder. Rook e1 would win because the white queen's actually on a defended square. You don't take her yet. You first flick in an intermezzo, a check, and only then do you take the queen, having pocketed a rook. So don't take this pawn if you're Firouzja. But yeah, I love your f5 idea. I think maybe now would be a good opportunity. The other one that comes to mind is bishop to c7. If white has to play the move f4, then you have all sorts of weaknesses to look at later. I'm not sure whether you jump in immediately or not, but this would be very tempting to provoke white forward. I still think black, Tanya, but this last move shows that Duda's up for a fight, and he's been creative in his attempts to keep the tension.
I love your bishop c7 idea. I mean, the moment you say it, and provoking f4, like you said, you can decide you want to trade the queens, and then whether you want to take it with the rook or the pawn, it just feels like you managed to create some squares. But for Alireza, knowing him, also f5 feels like the kind of moves that he wants to make in these kind of position. It feels so much like his style. If there's no immediate repetition, I don't know if there's a potential queen g5 jump that might make him hesitate towards it. But if not, f5, I would love to see that on the board.
Yeah, me too. I would love to see it. It would show that Firouzja is not playing the match situation. He's just trying to play good moves, trying to play good chess. And often that's the best way to get a result in these types of situations, to forget about the results and actually just focus on the moves themselves, focus on the calculation. Yeah, f5, it is very committal though. I will mention, Tanya, you and I, we were commentating on Norway chess, for different broadcasts, but we were there, and Firouzja used the Tarash, and there I was yelling out, I was saying, hey, he has to play h5, h4. I think it was a game against Nakamura. He didn't, and he actually went astray a bit later on. So he's definitely done his homework, had a promising position, but a5 now. He's actually looking in the other flank, the total opposite direction to where we were focusing our attention, Tanya.
Really interesting approach, right? Yeah, and I'm glad that Alireza did his homework and watched the broadcast, David, and heard you that he needs to get h5, h4 in, because this position is looking good for black. Now, a5 definitely takes us by surprise, but the idea is clear. The a-pawn doesn't want to just stop there. It wants to march further up the board. I like Duda's approach. He destabilizes the queen from the center of the board. Knight d3, so asking some questions. Your trick with queen takes pawn still there, so the pawn on e2 could not have been picked up. And this little knight dance that we just saw actually improves the position for Duda, right? This knight from c5 can also land on e4 at the right time, further destabilizing that queen on d6. Now you don't have the option to trade the queens. For example, bishop c7, f4 keeps the queens on the board. There's no check on e3. Last two moves, to me, it looks like Duda's improved his possession.
Definitely, 100%. The a5, a4 push looks nice. It looks appealing, but what's it actually doing? I guess it creates a square for the black bishop. For example, if a white rook ever lands on e1, but it's so slow, so time consuming. I would love to see a move like rook c4 now for Duda, actually asking the black pawn, why have you trespassed into my territory? That looks like it would be a potential punishment. If white can get two more moves, rook c4, line the other rook up on the c file, there are tactics in that direction, but also it creates an escape square for the white king. So even queen h2 check ideas, you can just sidestep king to f1. It might look scary, but it feels like Firouzja hesitating to attack, and his position not necessarily improving for it. But Tanya, the clock, such a key game. We've seen it decide before between these two. Duda under 3 minutes already.
But it's also the math situation. I mean, this is a critical moment for him. He needs to find a way to keep game going, keep the ideas going. And when I say, David, great call there by you, by the way. Rook c4 on the board, and he is targeting that a4 pawn. I'm expecting it not to stop on a4. Firouzja, he said a5, he said a4. Is he about to say a3?
Very likely, very possible. That being said, white would bypass that pawn with pawn to b4, further cementing the white knight on a beautiful square on c5. I've got to say, Tanya, I've actually played these very similar positions with colors reversed in the Grunfeld quite a lot. So piece configuration, where he's putting the pieces, very natural. Duda's just playing the most logical, most obvious moves pretty much every time. But that's what kind of bugs me. It's like, why is he burning so much time on the clock in such a key game when he knows that's his Achilles heel against Firouzja? Bishop to a5 now, hitting the white queen. Ooh, queen to c2. I thought this wasn't possible due to b5 ideas, trapping this white rook, but maybe tactics in the air there. Bishop c7 though. Checkmate in one threatened, and that checkmate blocked along this diagonal.
Yeah.
Wow, this is heating up, Tanya. It's going to get crazy any moment now.
It's already pretty crazy. And the idea of b5 would be really strong, but I think the tactics that you were looking at, knight e4, clearing the way on the c line, David, with the queen and the rook lined up against far too many pieces, and the knight hitting the queen. But definitely a threat to always watch out for, because once this knight is defended on c6, the rook on c4 doesn't have too many pretty squares to go to. f4 on the board, it's an exclamation mark. To me, it looked like the only move to try to stop the counterplay on the king side. David, to your point of the clock, Alireza Firouzja is not only super fast and super good with his own clock, playing at absolute god level speed, but he's also so good at playing against his opponent's clock, making those moves quick, forcing decisions in moments when the player has barely any seconds to take those critical decisions, and he times those so well. So I am in full agreement with you that Jan Krzysztof Duda at 2.5 minutes, the position, it's blowing up already, the action's on already, the critical decisions lie ahead. This is going to be quite a ride for him, and he has to win.
He has to win, and as long as he can keep the game alive with sufficient time on the clock, he might well get some chances. But yeah, Firouzja, you mentioned it there, Tanya. I mean, I've played him first time when he was 14 years old in the World Blitz Championship. Already there, I got a dominant position, but he tricked me in the time scramble. He's always had that up his sleeve. And I mean, every time I play him online, it's always the same. He always seems to up his level, move through the gears when the clocks tick down. So right now, he's in the tank, Firouzja. The clocks have balanced out, leveled out. But yeah, any time scramble, I think, will favor him. In the meantime, just to update everyone, we haven't been covering the MVL against Carlsen battle because that just looks deadlocked, looks totally level. Tanya, it's hard to imagine Magnus creating magic, squeezing water out of that stone. It looks like Vachier-Lagrave is still a huge favorite to draw and progress.
But David, with everything on at stake in that match, I think it'll be great to just show the position or get the position on our screen, as you're absolutely right that it's been pretty level, no breakthroughs so far. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave keeping everything under control with the white pieces on the right side of our screens. As we see material balance, the structure stays as is, the only open file currently being controlled by Maxime, but Magnus is trying to find in ways with his queen. That king that stepped up to g3 has left an f1 square unguarded. Queen from b5 on the queen side wants to slide all the way across to the other side of the board. Queen f1 might start creating those threats that Magnus needs.
Yeah, maybe I'm being too down on his chances, Magnus Carlsen. It feels like this should still be an elementary draw, as long as white doesn't let the black queen in behind enemy ranks. King to f2 would come to mind now, just to cover both of the entry squares of that black queen. And ultimately, the white queen keeps the enemy queen, its counterpart, at bay, while the white knight just kind of chills and prevents the black knight from entering. Magnus needs to somehow combine queenside play with kingside play on both flanks, but still hard to imagine. Even if the kind of eval bar slightly prefers black right now, it feels like Magnus, again, he's almost achieved the maximum. I just don't really see what next. He needs to get into the enemy half with his queen, but still stuck right now, Tanya.
He repeats, and of course Maxime obliges because the draw is good enough, but it's not for Magnus. He now falls back to another square. So first he tested Magnus from one side, now he's testing him from another side. Sorry, Maxime, he's testing Maxime. Now the h4 square needs to be guarded by that knight on f3, which it already is. But this does allow Maxime's queen to come in, which is a very active square. He does it, queen on c6, now tying down Magnus's queen on d8. Is he going to fall back with his knight to e7? Magnus is just finding these crazy squares for his queen.
Wow, he's taking a leaf out of Maxime's book from the previous game, that queen g8 maneuver. Now black is kind of using every angle on the board. He's retreated the whole way back just to step in on the diagonal. And this is a bit awkward for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave suddenly. Yes, he can take a pawn, but the black queen takes a pawn. And actually, it's the black queen coming in that might be the more dangerous idea. I don't think white is ever going to be able to attack the black king, because the king is so cozy, cuddled up behind its pawns, whereas the white king, much more vulnerable. It's further advanced, less shelter around it. So any queen infiltration, bad news for the Frenchman. Magnus, yeah, still should be a draw, but he's trying to work his magic. Yeah, it's not over yet. You're right, Tanya.
And David, you've said it so many times that Magnus with a queen, he just knows how to maneuver it to its absolute biggest and best potential. The queen pawn endgames that we've seen him convert flawlessly, it's been awesome to watch that. And I think he's trying to weave some of that magic into this position. Queen d8, queen f8 is a high-class maneuver by Magnus. Now you're pointing out a4, which allows dark squares to be penetrated into. Queen takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Magnus will be super happy because it gives him the counter play. Now, queen d6, this was the move that I was going to point out. I don't think it's a good idea to trade, and he doesn't. He wants to sacrifice a pawn for queen activity. He's saying, take my b6 pawn. Queen c1 is what Magnus Carlsen wants in this position.
Wow, he's coming in, but is it enough? He's had to give up his whole queenside here, Magnus Carlsen, just to get one square for the black queen. And a knight is a king's best friend. We've talked about that before, Tanya. The white knight still keeps the king safe from checks, shields it for now. So the big question is, does Maxime continue to get greedy and allow this e-pawn to drop? I mean, maybe you have to. King to f2, I was going to say defends this pawn, but would have walked into some checks. Maxime, in the meantime, he's going for some checks of his own. He's hoping to give a perpetual check. Is he going to succeed? Ooh, counterattack. Does look like he has ideas up his sleeve, Tanya. Yeah, and we'll get Tanya back in a moment, but queen f6 would be a nasty check. He has to take this pawn, Magnus. There's nothing to be done about it. Oh, he takes the other pawn instead. Interesting stuff. But now any queen check will be met by a knight block. So we await to see whether Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is able to shut this game down. He's on the brink of defeating Magnus Carlsen. But Magnus still keeping the game alive. Queen takes pawn now, a bit of a threat. Still more weaknesses in the white camp than the black. In the meantime, update for everyone. The other encounter, roughly level between Duda and Firouzja. So not good news for the Polish Grandmaster there. Firouzja on the brink of taking it. Here, Vachier-Lagrave for the first time down on the clock, under 1 minute. He's going for knight h4, and it's a huge blunder. Look at the bar. Wow, queen takes pawn now, and everything is collapsing. I think what he's missed here, Vachier-Lagrave, is the fact that after knight takes knight, the black queen, after taking this pawn with check, will be able to continue giving checks until it's able to defend the g6 pawn. So it's going to check, try to land on this diagonal and recapture. Black will then be 2 pawns to the good. Vachier-Lagrave has blown it. He got overexcited in his attempt to force the draw, and that's how it works when a player only needs a draw and plays too hard for it. You start making negative decisions. You start assuming, making kind of assumptions there. And wow, Magnus Carlsen, I think we're going to get an Armageddon. I won't show the variation yet because I'm pretty sure it's about to happen on the board. There we go. Knight takes knight, and the black queen now will do a zigzag. It's going to check, and there's no way for the white king to step out of these checks without allowing the black queen in. There we go. He's showing us I don't need to put it on the board because Magnus now gives this check. He's going to take this knight off the board, and he's 2 pawns up for now. One of those pawns will drop, but the white queen will be stranded, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just resigns. Wow, he doesn't even try to fight on after taking that pawn on a5. We'll highlight this a bit later on, but let's go to the other clash in the winners' semifinals. Firouzja about to take the win. He gets the draw. And there we go. He gets the necessary result to clinch that match. Duda knocked down to the losers bracket, Tanya.
David, I'm just joining in. Did Magnus Carlsen just do Magnus Carlsen things? And has he taken it to the Armageddon?
Yes and yes, Tanya. Magnus is back. He worked miracles there. It was so blocked, so drawn for so long, but he squeezed water from that stone yet again. And only he is capable of doing that. Nobody else would have won that game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but he got one opportunity, he jumped on it. Crazy stuff, and we get the Armageddon we were all hoping for.
We get the Armageddon. It goes down to the wire. Alireza Firouzja, meanwhile, advances. He wins his match against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda goes down to the elimination bracket, will be on his last life. Alireza advances through. Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave goes to the Armageddon, and Magnus has to play an Armageddon on the touchpad. He's done it. He's survived the rapid. David, the challenge continues, but you have to get us up to date with the action replay of those final moments. I missed it because of tech problems. I know chat wants to see it again. Take us through.
Let's jump in, and we will highlight in slow motion an action replay of how that unfolded, how Magnus Carlsen got that win to survive in the winner's bracket here. It was this position where it went wrong for the Frenchman. It's already gone slightly wrong. He was relying on checks. Any check now for white would have resulted in the black knight blocking, and still some work to be done here. Queen takes b3 a threat, not just that, but the e3 pawn hanging. So maybe Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's best bet was to go on a counter-attack, pawn to g5 here, for example, or you go passive with the white queen. You're still holding, but it is not easy at all. Instead of suffering, however, he wanted to force the issue. He couldn't deal with the tension any longer, Vachier-Lagrave, and he made the decisive mistake. Knight to h4, miscalculation. He didn't look deep enough into the future. Queen takes b3, a pawn drops, and here Maxime was hoping that after pawn takes knight, the white queen could recapture and endless checks to the black king would have resolved the game in a draw. But check, and there's no way to avoid the zigzagging black queen from dropping back. Just to explain to everyone at home, the resignation, I was shocked here. I was almost speechless, Tanya, but queen takes pawn would have taken one pawn back. It would have, however, lost the base of the white pawn chain. Another check, and the queen does all of the heavy lifting. Black 2 pawns to the good, the white king too weak. Magnus in a queen game, endgame again, working magic.
It comes to these kind of endgames, and we've seen him squeeze these positions out just from nowhere at all. And when it matters the most, with his back against the wall, it felt like there were no chances at all. And he just does this time and time again. He engineers this stuff very Mark Rober style, I must say. And we at Chess.com are also so excited to unite with former NASA engineer Mark Rober for the CrunchLabs Masters. And what a tournament this has been. And CrunchLabs themselves, it's so great, David. I don't know how familiar you are. You've got to be a Mark Rober fan. Are you a Mark Rober fan?
I must admit I am, Tanya. I was new to Mark Rober until a few weeks ago. I was doing research ahead of this partnership, ahead of the event, and I've been watching a lot of videos ever since. I mean, the creativity, I think you're alluding to there, the ingenuity, just this determination to get stuff done. That's what Magnus showed, and that's what they have in common.
Mark Rober and CrunchLabs are the perfect partners for the kind of chess that we've been seeing here. And you can try out some cool engineering stuff with the build box. And that's for kids. It's all do-it-yourself, build your own robots and very cool engineering stuff. And for the adults, there's the hack pack at the CrunchLabs. Definitely check it out. Check out the Mark Rober videos. The players have to get that creativity and that engineering going on, as we've got a big Armageddon coming up, David, as well. The match goes down to the wire. It's one that you can't miss. In the break, check out Mark Rober's, check out CrunchLabs, and you've got to come straight back to us.
Hundreds of thousands of kids have used the CrunchLabs build box to learn how to create and build stuff while having a ton of fun at the same time. But what about something for teenagers and adults, where they can learn all the tools and tricks I use to create the builds on my channel? Well, I'm happy to say, starting today, that exists now. And this is it. It's called Hack Pack, and it's basically a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build it together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my channel. And don't be intimidated, because all these use a programmable microcontroller as the brain. Because if you can put together a Lego set, you can put together this. And it will work right out of the box. No programming required, and it will still be really fun. Heck yeah.
welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing. It's time for Armageddon, and the bids are in. Magnus Carlsen at 7 minutes 57 seconds. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins the bid at 7 minutes 29 seconds. Maxime will start with the black pieces. 7 minutes 29 seconds on the clock. Magnus with 10 minutes on the clock with has to win on demand. A draw means Maxime takes the match. David, what do you make of the bids? 7 minutes 29. Is that too low?
Oh, how low can you go? I would say that is risky, Tanya. 8 minutes, historically on the Champions Chess Tour, has been the sweet spot. Often a player who starts with black and draw odds with 8 minutes is a favorite in the Armageddon, but anything less than that, and it becomes a bit of a lottery. Especially knowing that Magnus Carlsen was able to grind out that victory, and that was in a 10-minute rapid game. I think more of the same for Magnus Carlsen would see him emerge as the favorite. Vachier-Lagrave with black needs to hope it's more of a direct battle, more of a tactical confrontation where less time on the clock will not necessarily hurt him in a long, prolonged endgame. So predictions, Tanya, who is going to take this?
Ooh, that's a really tough one. I'm just glad that we get an Armageddon on this, and we've got a Sicilian. I'm really glad about that as well. Almost a 2.5 minute deficit on the clock for Maxime. There's no increment in the Armageddon. We see a Rossolimo, so a close setup in the Sicilian here. But Maxime goes with queen takes bishop. We've seen this opening before where the bishop was recaptured by the knight. A different approach. Magnus slows down and strikes in the center. Maxime keeping up the pace, David.
Yeah, and I think Maxime here, whether he's well prepared or not, he's of the opinion that he needs to just keep up the speed, play fast, very understandable. White sets up this Maroczy bind pawn structure. We saw something very similar. You alluded to that. Also in a bishop b5 check Sicilian, that was between Firouzja and Duda. And now the white knight is going to come to c3. A lot of central control for white. Magnus first just kind of takes more control over his territory, stopping the black knight from using the g4 square. I've got to say, Magnus loves these types of positions. Whether he can apply pressure, win this game is a whole different matter, but he's going to be happy with the outcome of this opening, still with an extra 2.5 minutes on his clock. Vachier-Lagrave finally starting to think, Tanya. Would you say he's as happy as Magnus? Black is solid, but not very active.
I don't think he's thinking about that. In this Armageddon, he has to keep the pace up. The position is as is. I will say one thing, that bishop in g7, the Fiancata bishop that black has, is one of Maxime's favorite pieces. He is the OG Grunfeld player. And this last move, a6, controlling the b5 square, stopping any knight jumps, also hinting at a future b5 break himself. I think Maxime's at least happy to get that bishop on g7, which for the time being cannot be challenged and has an open diagonal in front of him. A small something to play for as black.
Yeah, definitely. Long term, if the bishop survives, it will often exert pressure and influence over this diagonal. Rook to d1 hints that pawn to e5 might be a threat in the near future. The black queen was a target sitting on the d file, so she shifts, she moves. This reminds me of Garry Kasparov against the world, when a black queen landed on e6, a black knight came in and kind of forked that queen. And long ago, that very niche reference in the early 2000s, but a very similar idea from the same opening, actually. Queen to e6, a bit of a clumsy square, but applying some pressure. c4 a bit weak, e4 a bit weak. Magnus, the one problem I would say, Tanya, is that b3 never possible due to this bishop you mentioned, this sniper hitting the rook in the corner. B3 would open up all sorts of knight takes pawn possibilities with a loose rook. So not totally easy for Magnus to coordinate his pieces at the moment.
Well, if you don't have b3 and bishop b2, the other thematic idea is put that knight on d5. You want to try to trade that knight, and then you can decide if you want to change the pawn structure, which very often is the choice of players, or it really depends stylistically. You want to trade more pieces. Knight d5 would be the would be another move that I would consider as white here. But again, Magnus has to win on demand this game. So knight d5, provoking some exchanges, currently not possible. Knight takes d5, pawn takes knight would be a fork. He's thinking, what are the other alternatives? Because for me, again, knight d5 feels like the most natural move here.
Yeah, now you've said it, Tanya. I was just too lazy to calculate what happens if a pawn falls on e4, but then the knight does jump into c7 with a material gain. So yeah, for those who know, they know. And Magnus spots these patterns. He knows in that Kasparov against the world clash, knight d5 was a typical idea. So I agree. Jump in, threaten that knight fork. I guess the black rook will react by moving out of that idea. But maybe Magnus is looking into the future there. I just don't see any alternatives. That's the issue. And I'm worried about the clock, Tanya. The time advantage has pretty much slipped away now, and playing on a touch screen with no increment. What's going to happen if it gets down to a time scramble? I don't think Magnus can keep up.
The clock advantage is dwindled. So basically, Maxime has got the result odds for him right now. And Magnus also looks like he's not happy about the fact that he has to spend so much time. The other tactic I want to point out is, as you said, knight takes pawn after knight d5 would run into knight c7. You can't even capture the pawn with your queen. Queen takes pawn, and the intermezzos that we've been seeing all throughout the day. Knight takes f6. You'd remove the defender and then end up winning the queen. But Magnus is thinking. He's definitely spotted knight d5, but there's something else that's on his radar. And I'm just wondering what that could be. Does he want to just take out his bishop?
Yeah, moving the bishop to e3 or f4 was very natural as well. This is maybe the safer of the options. Very good move, but not necessary to burn, what was it, 2 and a bit minutes on that one decision. Armageddon is the most difficult thing in chess. That's why we love it as a decider in these types of high-profile clashes. But yeah, using 2 and a bit minutes there could come back to haunt Magnus, especially knowing that he is on that touch screen right now. So bishop e3, if white gets one more move, rook c1 or b3, then I think he's going to have a bind forever. But look at that, Magnus on the camera, Tanya, shaking his head, reacting to something.
Yeah, it's the kind of reaction where he suddenly realizes that he didn't see something. And I'm not sure what that was. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask. He seems not happy with his decisions, David.
Was it this move he's missed? Knight to b4, Magnus. His queen is attacked, and the queen cannot defend both the c4 pawn and the e4 pawn. So you have to choose. And here, the blue arrow appears, making our job easier. Magnus hasn't seen this. Queen b1, Tanya, I'm going to say it's a really difficult move. Not obvious, because it looks like you're going in the wrong direction, blocking in your rook in the corner. But if the queen were to slide back to b1, let's quickly show this. Queen takes c4 now would not work in black's favor. Rook to d4 is a skewer. The black queen can step back. Maybe this is where Magnus is unsure. And actually, I don't immediately see the follow-up for white. Black is a pawn to the good. This is what the players are calculating right now. What is the follow-up? It looks precarious with the queen on c5, but maybe black's surviving.
It really does look like you're hanging by a thread here. You know, you could also throw in a move like a3 and force that knight to c6, maybe taking away some key, running away squares for the queen, trying to trap it. I'm glad to see the eval bar doesn't drop after that. And David, I think you're showing us the way.
Wow. Yeah, a3 wasn't actually immediately obvious to me because I was trying to catch that knight. But here the queen is trapped, double attack. If she steps forward, again, whoops, she's caught. No way home, no escape square. So Magnus has found queen to b1, the best move, the only move to keep the game going. With an advantage. Now, queen takes c4 looks like a poisoned pawn, Tanya.
But you have to calculate this line through, right? Because it's also very tempting to take this pawn. And Maxime, is he going to risk it? Because the whole sequence of moves, not the easiest calculation, David. He avoids it. He avoids any big mine holes there. Rook c8, doubles down on the c4 pawn. Now Magnus defends it. Both players around the 5-minute mark, no increment, and the game is just starting to heat up.
Yeah, ultimately, it looks like the black knight will be forced to retreat. The white queen will come back where she came from, and we're back to square one. I mean, we're literally in the early middle game, and it's just a pure blitz time scramble now. 10-second difference between the two players, Tanya. It's the fastest hand is going to win, essentially. This one is going to come down to flagging, it feels like. And Magnus, slight shake of the head there. b5 played. Vachier-Lagrave really trying to fight fire with fire, allowing knight to d4, hitting the black queen, but she will step back, and it's all due to this loose white knight on the c-file. Looks like, I've got to say, black has emerged in decent shape here.
But there are so many tactics going on, and you can take on d4. Bishop will take on d4. The knight on c3 is protected. e5 runs into bishop takes pawn, because notice how the d6 pawn was pinned. So instead, Maxime captures on b5. The queen has defended the b5 pawn. The rook on a8 hasn't made a single move, but it's already developed. It's on the ideal square. I like this position for black. It just feels that the a3, b3, a little bit of a loose queen side for Magnus. He's trying to target the b5 pawn, but the e4 pawn is tender as well.
Yeah, the e4 pawn always weak. Maxime defends the weakness of his own on b5. And Magnus only has one plan pretty much in these types of positions. Later, he will have to push his a-pawn and hope he can just shovel it up the board as far as possible. But that pass pawn might just be a weakness that falls off the board. Right now, Maxime, his task is clear. He's got 4 minutes. He's got a very pleasant position. I would say at least equal right now. But is it enough time on the clock? It's clarified somewhat, Tanya. It's a bit more open, the position, than it earlier was. That should favor the defender, should favor the one with draw odds, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
David, I have a feeling that this game is going to come down to flagging. It's going to be a bit of a bullet fight between these two players. It feels so incredibly balanced right now, but balanced in a way that it's not that all the pieces are traded off and it's a simple end game to play. There's still a lot of pieces on the board, different weaknesses to play for. The e4 pawn tended, the b5 pawn tended, the queen side pawns for Magnus, a3, b3 can become a target. The queen from b7 not only defends b5, but targets that e4 pawn that you've so kindly highlighted right now. David, there are ideas of black rerouting that knight from f6 to d7 at the right moment, retreating to only go forward on the next move. Magnus has got the d5 square. It's going to be a fist fight on the board and on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say a big threat as well. Black was threatening to push the pawn forward to b4 and just totally eradicate the white queen side. So now he's at least fixed one weakness, Magnus. At least this b5 pawn is not running it anywhere anytime soon. It's going to tie down the black pieces for the rest of the game. And okay, Vachier-Lagrave, a bit of a quirky move there, I'll say. Bishop to h6, he's trying to step out of this diagonal in order to attack the white rook there, and the white rook needs to move. Rook c2, rook a1, rook b1. Where do you choose? Magnus needs to speed up. 3.5 minutes each almost here. Yeah, I think flagging, it's the F word there. Flagging is going to be key in this encounter.
Magnus taking his time, and now the clocks are absolutely level, but Maxime has the result on. It's on Magnus. He has to find a way to create complications to win this game. We say flagging, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave cannot be underestimated with his own mouse skills and his own bullet skills. One of the favorites in the Speed Chess Championship, in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's equal to Magnus when it comes to flagging skills, David. It's not going to be easy. One set of pieces gets traded off. D6 pawn. That's the soft spot.
This is the soft spot, the big target right now. However, the e4 pawn also a bit vulnerable, so rook c4, watch out for that one later. Black now trying to trade queens. Both sides have weaknesses of their own. Magnus's weaknesses are harder to get at, maybe, but if the queens are removed, then white's kind of glue starts to crumble here. The white knight is very loose right now. I think Vachier-Lagrave is on course to hold this game, and the clocks have turned, Tanya. I just don't think Magnus has the speed to compete with this touchscreen right now. That being said, rook to d1 incoming. He's trying to stare down at these targets, but will he be successful? It's a far cry to imagine right now Magnus crashing through, but we said that the last game.
David, the touchscreen gives a huge handicap to Magnus in these kind of bullet brawl situations where speed really is the only thing that matters. And he's trying to chaos, though. He's right now ahead by a few seconds, also trying to create some chaos on the board. The g-pawn, h-pawn up the board. g5 to try to get that d5 square for his own knight to jump to. It's asking questions, not the easiest ones to answer. g5, knight d5, and you start feeling the pressure as black.
You do start feeling the pressure, definitely. G4, H4 was not on my radar. It looks like it just weakens the white king, but he's going for the black king potentially. And Magnus, he's, okay, he shifts his king up. He's undecided yet which pawn he'll push. At the right moment, he'll try and get that D5 square for his pony there. But Oof, yeah, 30 seconds on top suddenly, Magnus Carlsen. It's as if Vachier-Lagrave didn't get the memo that flagging is going to be key here. It's literally a bullet match at this point, Tanya. Roughly level position, although maybe easier to play with white with all the threats. But the clock is by far the most important factor right now.
And Maxime, really nice maneuver there. He retreats the queen and then reroutes the rook to the open A line to target that A3 weakness. Magnus going for the plan. Knight D5 needs to come in because knight F4 is a threat.
Yeah, that key square is covered, but suddenly the black pieces are piling up pressure on this loose weakness. And the white knight is pretty much fixed where it stands for the rest of the game, Tanya. Maybe Magnus letting that one slip slightly because the knight on H5, just its kind of influence over the F4 square, really annoying for white. Maybe Magnus rushed slightly and he's stuck. He just has to kind of play a waiting move. It's not necessarily improving his position. What do you make of the chances here? Who do you think is the favorite?
It's really hard to say. I'm just thinking about Magnus's touchscreen situation, and I do feel that if it comes down to those seconds, Maxime will be a favorite to flag Magnus. And there's no shame in flagging in this. This is the Armageddon. Flagging is not only allowed, it's highly encouraged in this format of tiebreak. And the position that we have, it remains rich, it remains full of tricks. That knight on H5 doing not only a key role of eyeing the F4 square, but also some great defensive tasks, not allowing the white queen to the F6 square as well. The rook has entered onto C1. Magnus now trying to change the dynamics, going into an endgame.
Okay, endgames have been his friend, Magnus Carlsen, so far. And more importantly, look at this. He covers the F4 square, so he's freed up the white knight to jump away. So this is ugly, I agree. For everyone at home, do not double your pawns like this unless you have a clear motif in mind. But right now, it's all about keeping that black knight sidelined. And, doubled rooks, Tanya. Maxime's coming in.
He's coming in. The B5 pawn is a soft spot for Maxime, and that knight on D5 is dangerously close to it. So you always have to watch out for maneuvers like knight C3 picking that up. Right now, the A3 pawn is hanging, so knight C3 would be met by rook takes pawn. Not a possibility on the board. Maxime's rook's definitely more active. Magnus's knight more active. Which one will be more powerful?
Oh, it's hard to tell. I think I would prefer the rooks right now. Oh, look at these rooks. Oh, wow.
Rookie one? Can you go rookie one?
You can. That was a blue arrow. Checkmate is threatened in one move. Magnus living life on the edge. His king is trapped.
Rook G2 runs into rook into pawn ideas. David, how do you even defend it? You have to come back with your knight to E2, but G5 is hanging.
Oh, but now rook takes E3 is going to happen, and it's a skewer. A win now for Vachier-Lagrave is inevitable. Magnus, that collapsed just at the wrong moment. It was the clock, Tanya. It was the touchscreen. It was everything. But Vachier-Lagrave, we have to give him credit. He controlled that game, and he struck at the right moment there. Just felt like he was in control, the Frenchman.
What an absolutely crazy match. An epic battle between these two. Exactly what we've come to expect in the Champions Chess Tour. 4 decisive games in the Rapid. And then the Armageddon. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces keeps it under control and takes the dub in the end. And wow, David, I'm still thinking about all the turnarounds. It was Magnus who took the lead with the white pieces in the first game. Then a comeback by Maxime. Then a comeback in the final game by Magnus Carlsen. What a match this has been. But Maxime, he takes the win. He goes through in the winner's bracket. And David, I think for the first time, we're going to see Magnus Carlsen fight on his last life, be in the loser's bracket, in the elimination bracket, in the tour.
Yeah, it all started so well for Magnus Carlsen today, winning the first game of that encounter, but all the decisive games in the end, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave deservedly, I think, taking the victory. And he was able to use the practical aspects of Armageddon to bully his way to victory here against Magnus. This position, very balanced, as the game has been for a very long time. But Magnus now knew that his best move would not get him the victory in Armageddon. It would have led most likely to a draw. The only way to stop the Black Rooks from penetrating decisively, like they did here in the rest of this game, which we'll see in a moment, was to play Rook to C3, closing the door, but this would have only led to forced simplifications. After Rook takes A3, Knight takes pawn here, Black will start eliminating everything, and more importantly, the Black Knight will get back into the game. Sidelined for so long, but will re-enter rook to b3, and this game should fizzle out towards a draw. Magnus knew a draw wasn't good enough. He had to take a risk, rook to b3, but this did allow the Black rooks in behind. This is one to avoid for everyone at home. Don't allow enemy pieces in behind your forces, especially with a weak king. Rook to g1. Magnus needed to find a move like rook to g2 now, but again, a draw may be the most likely result, even with best play, and ultimately this check decisive. Not checkmate, but instead this skewer picks up the white knight and picked up the victory.
Really cool stuff by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It feels as though Maxime has figured something out, which no one has. No one can. He just seems to get these results against Magnus on the tour time and time again. We saw it in the AI Cup, and we saw it happen today despite losing in the very first game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be joining us for an interview. You don't want to miss that one. It'll be right after the break. But the other thing you don't want to miss is subscribing to Twitch. Because not only does your subscription make our streams possible, but it also unlocks exclusive new emotes for every single event, like the Mark Rober emote, plus access to exclusive break time content during the show. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription. So use the command subscribe in chat now to level up your watching experience. And don't go anywhere, as we will be back with the winner against Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was his day. Send in your questions and don't go anywhere.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire? This July, you can think about it every day while you battle some of the ancient world's greatest and most fearsome leaders. Augustus, Hadrian, Cleopatra, Caligula, and of course, Julius Caesar. Play them all on Chess.com.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
We're here in Casablanca for this special tournament. You'll be playing games from interesting positions from historical games. So this is a challenge we want to give you, the players, to see if you know your classics and also more modern games. And as you see, we have switched the normal pieces out with checkers pieces. And you are allowed to get a hint. I can reveal a specific piece.
Oh, that's easy.
But the problem is, who's it against? This is the problem. Who is this against?
Yeah, Marshall, Janowski Marshall?
Correct.
Queen G3, yeah.
Do you remember the year?
08?
1912. Close.
Well,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Very good. That took you only a few seconds. That was impressive.
Yeah, I don't remember. Like somebody against Marshall, the famous Queen G3.
Correct. And do you remember the year?
I don't know, like 1912, 1911?
1912, correct. So it was Marshall with the black pieces against Stepan Levitsky playing the white pieces.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't remember this. This is obviously the Marshall game, the one where they put the coins on the table in the story, but I don't remember who it was against, actually.
But do you remember the year?
The year of this game. No, I don't, actually.
1912.
1912.
And it was against Stepan Levitsky.
There are two things that pop into my mind, and it feels like this is either one of those games between, like, I think Botvin and Capablanca, or this is Magnus and Vichy.
Yeah, this is easy as well. It's my game against Anand from the match in Chennai, the 9th game.
Feels like my game with Magnus, but...
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
From 2013.
Well, that's the first thing I thought of, but then I thought they won't be that mean, but they are. Okay. So.
I'll tell my colleague who sent me this.
I'm gonna think that this is Magnus and Vichy. This would have been the match in. I'm gonna say it's Magnus against Vichy. I'm gonna say that it's that was the match. So he won in 2013. So this would have been the first one because that's when there was all the big cheering and celebration. So this would have been 2014. I'm gonna say this was game 9 of the match in 2014, but maybe I'm wrong. Magnus and Vichy.
It is Magnus and Vichy. Magnus won, but it's the match from 2013, and it's November 21st. So it wasn't
the candidates in 2013? Oh, the match was the same year?
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that. Okay.
They played in
so I was right, but I had the year
2013,
wrong.
And then in Sochi 2014. But you're correct.
Really?
Hundreds of thousands of kids have used the CrunchLabs Build Box to learn how to create and build stuff while having a ton of fun at the same time. But what about something for teenagers and adults, where they can learn all the tools and tricks I use to create the builds on my channel? Well, I'm happy to say, starting today, that exists now. And this is it. It's called Hack Pack, and it's basically a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build it together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my channel. And don't be intimidated because all these use a programmable microcontroller as the brain. Because if you can put together a Lego set, you can put together this. And it will work right out of the box. No programming required, and it will still be really fun. Heck yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the CrunchLabs Masters, where we're joined by man of the moment and conqueror of Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, congratulations. How are you feeling after that dramatic game?
Thank you. No, I feel good to have won, but I felt the match was very uneven. I think we both had our moments with Magnus, but overall I don't know, I felt it was a very sluggish match simply from both of us. Like some good moments, but a lot of slow or sometimes even bad moments, of course.
Yeah, and you mentioned those sluggish moments. It didn't start in the best way, but you found your form in the second and third games. What kind of inspired that shift?
First game, I must say, Magnus played inspired, but I don't know, I gave away the position in a matter of a few moves. And somehow, it came down to this second game, this anti-martial. I didn't expect to have anything serious. I mean, Magnus played this forever in World Championship matches and barely loses as black. But somehow I gathered some pressure from this nice trick with queen exchange and then created a build on the position. And it went my way. And third game, again, I was not very happy with how I was handling the position. And then, I had this idea with queen g8, which I thought was nice. And then somehow it took me a minute to realize I have knight c5, which, is very thematic. I was thinking, if somehow my bishop can be opened, then I should do it. And it just took me forever to find it. And then Magnus couldn't recover because he obviously missed the move. And then it went back and forth because in the fourth game, of course, I should never lose. But, it's always against Magnus, you expect him to put some pressure even from these dead draw positions. He manages, and then I take the wrong pawn, and then I just make one miscalculation trying to force things with knight h4, and we're going to Armageddon.
Yeah, and how were your emotions after that game, after that defeat, just going into the Armageddon? How easy was it for you to recover and reset?
And I was dejected simply because, I knew I had missed an easy chance. So somehow I was just hoping to get an easy position to play. And, fortunately, it's what I got more or less. Like, and Magnus was taking uncharacteristic time out of the opening to figure out the situation. Came back on even on time with me, and in the end it proved costly because the position was very unclear, but suddenly he was no better on time. Like, he started with 2.5 minutes more. Like, he would have needed, I would say a minute at least of time advantage to be able to put pressure like in these unclear positions.
And Maxime, this marks the latest in a line of relatively successful encounters against Magnus. I believe this is your third match victory against him in the last 2 seasons of the tour. What do you kind of put that success down to?
I just like, of course, I'm motivated when I play with Magnus, but in general, I try to take every match as seriously as any others. Like last time, it felt simply because I played extremely well. This time, it doesn't come to this. I think we both played quite poorly. But somehow maybe the fact that I can see all these ingenious tactics, and sometimes that's what Magnus' weakness can be, to miss this. Like, he doesn't miss every tactic, of course, but 1 or 2 in a game he misses, and sometimes it proves costly. So probably it came down to that today, like in this knight c5, of course, and maybe also in the last game, in the Armageddon. So yeah, I would say in that sense, I'm maybe a worse matchup for him than other players, because I'm clearly worse, like in some areas. Like we could see in the first game, I got completely outplayed from an equal position. But then, when it comes to creating some mess, finding some ideas, sometimes I can be very annoying.
Is that your tip for the new generation then? Try to outfox Magnus with some unexpected tactics?
I'm sure that they know, but it's easier than done. And of course, again, I feel like Magnus was also in poor shape today. Like some things he missed, he wouldn't normally.
And this victory, Maxime, means that you'll play against Alireza Firouzja in the winners' final tomorrow, an all-French derby. What are you thinking about that match?
Thinking about how I should recover and play much better tomorrow. Because Ali's been very impressive, I must say. And, he won the last Champion Chess Tour event against Magnus as well. And I saw his match with Fabiano was back and forth, but he managed to come back. And I mean, Fabi is the man in great shape at the moment. Today he beat Jan Christoph. The lineup for this Division 1 this time is absolutely stacked. So there's no easy match, and I hope to be in better shape tomorrow, because I have decent results with Alireza as well. So I want to be able to put my best showing, and then we'll see what happens, because anything can happen in that match.
And Maxime, you mentioned recovering. What's the next 24 hours going to look like for you? What's going to help you get in the zone to try and give your best there?
I guess resting will be welcome, but I should be careful, because this morning I woke up a bit later than usual, and I kind of attribute my sluggishness to the fact that then I didn't have any nap. Like I was I woke up at 10. Normally I wake up around 8:30. So then I was maybe my schedule was a bit messed up for the day. At first I thought it wouldn't change anything because we played a bit later, but then somehow, like when it came down to arriving at the screen for to play, I really felt a bit off, and I was very lucky that obviously Magnus was at least having an off day.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Getting into a routine as a chess player is the hardest thing. And Maxime, we'll let you go in a minute just to go and prepare for that match. But one quick question from the chat, and this is from the Nimzo Lasner. Which openings would you recommend at club level?
Well, I mean, in general, now with computers, you can figure out that almost any opening is okay. So, of course, at club level, you want something that's a bit less concrete. In general, one of my best advice is to figure out the real Lopez from both sides, because it's very important. It's a lot of classics. Also, with real Lopez, especially with white, you get all sorts of different positions, and then if you master it, you can put pressure against any opponent.
Nice, and a good tip for everyone at home. Maxime, go get your rest, and most of all, congratulations on a great performance today.
Yeah, thank you, David.
And there we have it, the winner of the semi-finals there, the winner's semi-finals against Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's a perfectionist, you can tell, Tanya. He wants to do even better tomorrow, but most importantly, he got the job done. He nailed those results when it really mattered.
And he seems to get the job done against Magnus Carlsen so many times, as you alluded to in that interview as well. David, great interview there, great insights by Maxime there. He's turning out to be a bit of an Achilles heel for Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour, in these faster formats. It's his style. So many great insights there. And this is our bracket. Let's remind everyone of where we are. And there's one name that we're not familiar with seeing in the losers bracket. In the losers quarterfinals, we're going to get the matchup that was the grand final of the season-end final of the Champions Chess Tour 2023, Magnus Carlsen against Wesley. One of these two players will be eliminated of the CrunchLabs Masters tomorrow, but it's not just that one. David, another feisty matchup between Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Jan Neppomniachtchi, and that's just to start with the day. What are your thoughts on these two clashes tomorrow when we kick off the action in the CrunchLabs Masters?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. This is always a crucial moment where, for the first time, we see players on different trajectories facing off against each other. Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda coming down now on the back of those losses today, whereas Jan Neppomniachtchi and Wesley So, they're riding a high after their wins earlier today. It feels like a lifetime ago we've seen so much action, but their wins at the beginning of today, vital. And as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave said, the field is stacked, anyone can win it, and I think all bets are off at this point.
We were talking about that at the start of the show. 2760 is the average rating of the CrunchLabs Masters. There are no easy rounds, and for tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, will be on his last life in the elimination bracket. David, I know there's a lot to pick from, but I have to ask you your one big highlight moment of the day.
Ooh, I think it was Vachier-Lagrave's knight c5 move. He mentioned it in the interview. We saw it earlier. I think we were both just in shock, just at the move and the way the rest of that game unfolded. That was high-quality tactics from the Frenchman. How about your highlight, Tanya?
The whole match was absolutely incredible. You're pointing out knight c5. That whole game was a masterpiece. That whole game was a masterclass. Starting from that idea of king h8, queen g8, which you spotted out, David Howell. So that was amazing to see being played out on the board. Jan Neppomniachtchi's come back with queen takes f2 in the losers bracket. Tactics everywhere. Strategic masterpiece. What a day of chess we have had today at the CrunchLabs Masters, with results that few could have predicted at the start of the day. It's been awesome, and it's been awesome calling the action with you, David. Chat, the journey continues at the CrunchLabs Masters. The players will be back in action tomorrow. 2 more will be eliminated, and we will see you then.
Bye.